Tiny Bunny. I guess it's like from the Russian studio or something. So I was really interested in it. Capture the game. Here we go. Do you hear okay? Okay. What about the sounds? Okay, I hope I can check it later and fix it if anything will be odd. I do believe this is a horror and it has like a dozen of different endings, something like that, but I don't know anything else about it. Oh, shit. I have to change the category. Wait a sec. It's called Tiny Bunny. It's a new one. Yeah. Cool. Is it too loud? The wind clawed at my window all night long. It wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing, and arguing about something. Someone was running. Why there is no game like in like a poem? That would be nice. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Our house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that has seen a lot of its days and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with their inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whistling, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves there was nobody behind the crooked trees. How long is this? How long would this go? Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. It's just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. When when will the play begin? I want a game. And even for just my imagination, I was already 12 after all. Still? Will anything happen? Episode 1, The All Will Arrive. Okay. Do something. Oh.
Убери книгу немедленно.
Oh, it's in Russian? I didn't know that. Do I have to change my cam position? How do you think? I can do that. Where is my cam? Wait a sec. I can do this if you want to. Hey, put away your book.
Сколько раз говорила, не читай за столом, вредно. Сидишь.
How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Damn it. Look at how slouched you are. She's so young. Hide. I have to hide? But how? I didn't protest and put the book about Conan the Barbarian aside. I was stuck on the line. Oh, I'm playing like I'm a boy, okay. I was stuck on the line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyway. Olia had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic she almost looked like your typical girl from commercials. Oh, actually, it's Olia, not Olia. But in English you read it like Olia. I didn't get it. How should I pronounce it, like in Russian or in English?
Пока не съешь, из-за стола не встанешь.
You're not going anywhere until you finish all of it. I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes, and if it would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness swelled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the cooler the lumpy white substances became. It looked like a jellyfish from the Costa of the Sea. I love this show. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is, or how cold the black forest is at night. Damn, they're sitting there for a long time. The spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes.
Что я говорила?
What did I
Я
say?
достану.
I'll get it. Oh, his name is Anton. I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. What is this carved on the other side of the table? It says Karina. Ah, that's my mom's name. I guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar though. Should I remind her about it? No, she's been in a bit of bad mood lately. I imagined her being my age, sitting under this table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Or the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? Is this a grandma? I imagine my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting at the edge of her bed, where Oya sleeps nowadays, and saying this is her soft, smooth voice.
Тайга особое место, дети.
Taiga is a special place, little girl.
Она к тебе
It's
прислушивается,
watching you closely, sniffing you out,
словно хочет
trying to
понять, что ты
discern
за
what
зверь.
kind of beast you are.
Понравишься в
If you're a
беде
good
нос.
sword, it won't abandon you in times of trouble.
А будешь проказничать,
But if you're a
схватит
bad
за
apple,
плечи,
it'll grab you
тащит
by
за
the side
землю.
and drag you under the ground.
Вот и дело,
And that would be it. Nice talking to the kids. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket. This is so familiar for like Eastern European countries to buy yourself everything for your funeral when you're still alive. Well, actually not bad, right? When you can decide how exactly you want to be buried, where, like what colors would it be, what clothes, everything like that. And she called it her cute funeral box. It waited for its time in the closet patiently. It was black, upholstered with mint-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change in the time she was alive, only all of the photos were gone. Glass-covered pictures with grey faces of my ancestors. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. Is it okay if I leave it here? I crawled out from under the table. Olivia was done with her cookies and was looking at my chair like a sly woodland critter. I turned my gaze toward the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of frost formed a picture on the glass.
Оля, гляди, лиса!
It looks like a raccoon too. Look, it's a fox.
Где?
Where? It looked almost like those optical illusions thingies they put on the back of student notebooks. A mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit and looked under a certain angle, I could never do those things. Not outside, on the window.
Смотри, вот нос, вот.
Look, there's a nose, and
Ну-ка,
here is...
доедай.
Hey, eat up.
Да, да, сейчас.
Yeah, just a moment.
Я ничего не вижу.
I don't see anything.
Живо!
Hurry
Совсем
up, there's
немного
not
осталось.
much left.
Вот.
Oh, there it is, but it still doesn't look like
А
one.
я говорю, похоже.
I'm telling you, it does.
Не-а,
Nah,
похоже.
it does.
Прекратите!
Stop,
Ну что
these
за
kids,
дичь?
I swear. Now I couldn't see the fox either. It disappeared, went away. Only the frosty patterns similar to stretched up nettle leaves kept creeping up the glass. Oh, it's a dad. My dad entered the kitchen with long measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. Mom would always ask jokingly, come on, shave it off, it stinks. This was so long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olia always covers her ears whenever she hears something like, what's the point in all this? Through the wall. It's all for your sake, Dad would reply, for the sake of our family. I always caught every sound in fear of hearing the most dreaded, the deadliest word that started with D. What word? Devo. I don't even want to finish it. Is this like some kind of Voldemort shit? It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken into two different families.
Что твоя лиса? Вот
Oh, it's
именно,
about divorce.
сова.
Okay. Anyways, your fox is nothing. I have an owl on my window.
Опять ты со своей совой.
You and your owl talk again.
Так ты же вчера мне
You
верил.
said you believed me just yesterday.
Никто
Has
ключи от
anybody
машины
seen
не
my
видел?
car keys?
Вроде
I
оставлял
remember
на
leaving them
подоконнике.
on the windowsill.
Вроде.
Right?
Вроде оставлял.
Maybe you did, maybe not.
Вроде взрослый мужчина, отец двоих детей.
Why? You're a
Вроде.
grown man, a father of two, and still just bitching around.
Перестань, пожалуйста, Карина.
Please stop.
Дай мне спокойно
Just
собраться.
let me get ready in
В
peace.
корзине твои ключи. Возле телефона.
Your keys are in the basket near the phone.
Огромное тебе
Well, thank you very
человеческое
much.
спасибо. Антон, ешь быстрее, а то как мученик сидишь.
And don't stop making a martyr out of yourself and finish eating already. But the owl,
Не было
there
там
was
никакой
no
совы.
owl.
Была.
But there was one.
Глазюки огромные.
It had giant glowing eyes.
Светят.
Ola sprang up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers the size of an apple each. Like this?
В прошлом году Бабай в шкафу.
Last year you had
Сейчас
Baba
сова.
in your closet, and now this all.
Но я же видела.
Glossary. Babai in Slavic folklore, a nocturnal spirit used by parents to threaten their ill-behaving children. Well, that's true. That's true. But I saw it. Ola shifted her gaze back and forth from dad to mom to me, but couldn't find any
А ты не
support.
думала подружиться
Have you
с
thought about
ними?
befriending it?
Вымышленными
You know, like
мышами
feeding it
покормить,
with
например?
imaginary mice.
Не подначивай ребенка.
Don't bully our girl.
Просто мала еще.
She's just afraid to sleep alone because she's still ill. Ollie pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, they weren't allowed to go there or something? Oh, that look in her eyes, it's so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, ringing with keys he just found. A minute had passed and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. What? It was stored on incredibly worn-out cassette tape, which Dad already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? Again, children trying to save the relationship in the family. Mom moved to the living room and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Couldn't he just throw that porridge away slightly? I would do that. Only had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. I thought this was a house where his mother grew up or something. I'm too colorful for this game, right? She would toss and turn or curl up into a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped to take her mind off all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. And then Olia said she saw the giant flying monster outside her window. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of those ridiculous fears. Olia refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I wasn't sure what to make of my sister's words, what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect from my new school. Oh god, he's also a new boy in class. There were a couple of days last before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew long twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures, cut out using a template. What? Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces, and pairs of eyes blinked inside those holes. It was as if some completely different creatures were looking at me from behind the flat black silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Oh, I have changed quite some schools in my life, and I do understand what Fierce is talking about. When they ganged up on me and beat me down, stomp on me with their bloodied shoes, the damn school can burn for all I care. I just wished for anything to happen to it. Doesn't really matter what, I didn't want to go there that badly. I didn't want to see people who are just itching to smack me on the head, trip me up, think of a new offensive name for me, worse than the previous one. What was the previous one? I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of a monster. My gaze slid across the drawing hanging on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Olia begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. I guess they didn't call him or something. Sometimes imagine mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You've got the wrong number." Or, "Anton is not around." Anton is not around. I imagine my future classmates lying in their bed just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? Why not? Like, nowadays, even braces are like okay. So, I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in, a 9th floor concrete built. I'm surprised that it is called a condo here because you know what condo is, but in Russia we used to call the condos like flats. So I'm surprised. That's all. A 9th floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a TV set from behind the wall, cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet cobwebs, and under the stairs. But they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner, almost as if the old photos of my deceased family, with their ashen eyes, were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. Is this just like his imagination? The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning, the attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. And then I realized I was, in fact, hearing music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. It was mixed in with the sound of the wind, of the creaking old house, and my thoughts too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that the music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone is playing it there amid the cold snowy night, right? Open? Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out, with the dark forest at their backdrop. They jumped around, basked on moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around, and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon come to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled around, holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music had stopped. They mentioned him. The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. Please, please don't. Okay, okay. I hope they won't scare us too much. It glided on squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like the bird inside a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back towards the bed. They saw me. A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guests move and scrape around looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, then circled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. I jumped into the bed and covered myself with the blanket as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear locked my muscles. I remember the funeral, my grandma lying there, hands crossed on her chest, her facial features sharp like that of a tin doll. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. Whoa, why? I imagined those little creatures climbing up her head and pulling up her eyelids with their tiny legs. Oh, that's disgusting. Then her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets and she'll be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spell she taught me throughout the whole procedure, and now lying. Okay, this is the spell. On the island of Buyan, underneath the blemished sun, in the sea of colored blue, stands a cabin made of wood. I will leave this house must. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Bizarre sounds had disappeared. I cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and saw curtains waving around like a hanged man. And then the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at the front door, hurriedly crawling at wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest intently as if he was looking for someone. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes. It was so flimsy and weak before the might of darkness. And then... the doorknob twitched slightly. Whoa! Then turned halfway, once, twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tiled once more, and then... It's not just a drunk father, okay? Started clicking, violently. My jaw cramped from fear, my wet fingers clutched the blanket. What was he doing under the blanket? The door creaked and opened. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now you'll see. The door was wide open. The darkness squeezed inside the carnival's mouth of a doorway. Too new. It was as if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling, ensnared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who waved it to come out of the gaping black hole. Too new. My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to exhale, and desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me, Tasha, are you asleep? It was his sister. My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief. Ollie, I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Ollie frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign that she was about to cry. It there again, staring at me. Shoo her away, please. I'm so scared. The fear that was tormenting me just a minute ago crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Ollie down. It was just a dream, silly. Don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's going to harm you. Ollie sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure myself? I have an idea. Let's go to your room and watch the video. Sleeping Beauty, for example. Oh, I love it. Why does the Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have this scary bird? Right? That question took me by surprise. Alright, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled, Fuddy. What was that? What started me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. It couldn't be satisfied with a feast of lard and long ashen hair. Tasha, you coming? Yeah, just a moment. Ah! Fuck! What was it? Damn it! You can't scare people like that. Is it like the same day from the beginning or something? I don't know. That's why I didn't want to laugh at Ollie and her all in the morning. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone around here. So persistent. I felt extremely unsettled just from a silly thought that our morning guest could have come from the woods. But would they ring the doorbell though? I don't think so. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains where Ollie always hides. Dasha, come here. I felt like kettlebells were tied to my feet, but still dragged them toward the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. They smelled like frost and worry. My mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars, worse than bandits. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused.
Здравствуйте.
Hello? The senior officer, who wore a grim expression, nodded.
Тут мальчик вчера потерялся.
A boy had gone missing yesterday. His name is Vova.
Глянь, пожалуйста. Ты его
Look
не
at
видел?
this, please. Have you seen him? The policeman held out a photograph to me. His hand is just shaking. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet at the backdrop. He had a striped cat and... Okay. And wore a wide smile. All stereotypes of this photo.
Нет.
No, I haven't.
Точно?
I sure look
Посмотри,
closely.
Где мне его видеть? Я тут никого не
Where would I
знаю.
see him? I don't know anyone
Почти
around
не
here. I
хожу.
barely leave the house.
Может, видел в окно?
Well, maybe you've seen him from the
Да.
window.
У тебя ведь окна на лес.
That's right, your windows are going to the forest side, the window.
Нет,
Damn
не
it.
видел.
No, I haven't seen anything. Damn, those
Ясно.
flashbacks are scary. I see. He sounded tired by his eyes. His stare, alone and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt, which has giant shadows cast over me. I'm sorry. I'm just so bad at reading. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I haven't noticed before for some reason.
Вы, кстати, как на новом месте?
How do you like your new
Попривыкли
place, by
уже?
the way? Getting used to it?
Понемногу.
Bit
Только
by
вот дочка
bit.
маленькая
It's
по
just a
городу
little
скучает.
daughter misses the city a lot.
Скучает, значит.
Misses the
Из местных
city,
вас
huh?
никто не беспокоит?
Have the locals been treating you well?
Все хорошо, спасибо.
Yes, everything's alright, thank you. The policeman pierced through me one more time with his grey eyes. My head started spinning.
Может, вам помочь как-то?
Can I help you somehow? I asked Dad in a shaky voice to look like a polite boy and to end this unpleasant conversation sooner.
Я вот стою и думаю.
Now that I think
Ты,
about
малец, на
it,
племеша моего похож.
you look just like one of my nephews, little fella.
Шустрый парнишка твоих лет.
He's a witty
С
boy
такими
around
же
your
окулярами.
age.
Всё
Wears the same
книжками
type of
зачитывался,
Googles.
детективами.
Always engrosses in reading those mystery
Когда
novels.
летом погостить приезжал. Говорит, что в школу милиции мечтает
Told
поступить.
me he wants to enroll in police school when his family visited this
Как
summer.
я. Хотел
Wanted to
людям
help
помогать.
other people just
Смекаешь?
like me. See? I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me.
Ох, ребята,
You know what?
сидите-ка вы лучше дома.
Little boys
Не
like you should stay at
ввязывайтесь ни во
home,
что.
steer away from trouble.
Жизнь сейчас совсем
The times
другая
have
пошла.
changed so much, right? All of those viruses. Stay at Metaverse, at Roblox. Mom interjected in a cold voice.
Мне ли не знать?
You don't say.
Ну да ладно.
Ah, well
Ты,
done.
Антон, в каком классе?
What grade
учишься?
are you in, Anton?
Шестом.
6.
Друзей-то на новом
Have you
месте
made
ещё
any
не
friends
завёл?
here so
Пока
far?
нет.
Not
Я только
yet.
после каникул в школу
I'll be
пойду.
going to school for the first time after the break.
Тогда вот вам на всякий случай
Oh, then
мой
I'll
номер.
leave you my number just in
Звоните,
case.
если-
Call me if you have any new
Если
info.
узнаете что.
The policemen were gone alone with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne, and the photo of a smiling boy. His face still stood before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him, being all alone, there. For some reason, I thought of the forest swaying in the wind. What did these poor parents feel? And what would my parents do if I had gone missing? Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually?
Мам, а Вова этот в
Mom, this
нашем
Vova,
лесу
did he
живет?
go missing in our forest?
Выходит, что так.
Seems like
Бедный
that.
ребенок.
Poor child. I looked out of the window at the road. The police was drove off towards the village. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off old paint from the windowsill. I'm sorry. I remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I've read this summer. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam, solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policeman footprints that led to the forest, and then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy. Oh my god, that is a bad idea. He was just told to stay at home. And I'll get a reward. Olia will be so happy. And not only Olia, mom and dad too. No, that is a bad idea. Maybe then they'll forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D word. Damn it, D word. I fantasized about buying only a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself, and a whole box of Kinder Surprises. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Last autumn, I think. My dad had lost his job at the time. There's that annoying son about it. I had little to no idea what was the accountant's job like. They count money, I think. Do you know this TikTok trend about being an accountant? Like, it's the least suspicious thing and job to do. Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, mom and dad barely had money to afford sweets, and dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Olia. Sometimes I gave her my share too. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just a pipsqueak. I couldn't wait to go out looking for clues.
Пойду погуляю.
I'm going outside.
Ага, щас.
Yeah, right.
Чтобы потом милиционеры
You want
твои
the police
фотографии
to
по
go
домам
around
ходили.
with your photograph
Лес
next?
вон какой
The
густой.
forest is so thick.
А если мальчика звери дикие
What if the
утащили?
boy
Или
got
того
snatched
хуже?
up by wild animals or something even worse? Even worse echoed through the
Я
hallway.
рядом буду. В лес не
I won't
пойду.
go far, I'll stay away from the
Что я
forest.
тебе сказала?
Did you
Мне
hear what
дважды
I said,
повторять.
or should I repeat myself?
Лучше портфель собери или
Better
снова
go
поиграй.
pack your school bag or play with Olya. The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant that the argument was over and Mom had the last word. So I can go to the kitchen, I can open this thing where, I don't know, maybe Harry Potter lives, or I can go to the front yard. Maybe I will open this first. The dark, stiffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And oh, I can't even be lured close to it. She thinks Baba is living there. I tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp, so she would see there was nothing but cobwebs, dead stools, and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I like to hide in the closet and listen to Olia count outside. 1, 2, 3, better hide from me. And then drag her feet on the creaking floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den. Okay. I'll whip you if you make a single step out of the door. Okay. Okay, I guess we have to go to the kitchen then. Lie to mom or turn back or open the fridge. What do we have here? Grandma kept ice from me and Ola there, but now I can only see meat bits for soup and clumped together pelmeni. I grew to hate them already. A Russian variety of dumplings made by boiling their unleavened dough filled with mincemeat. Okay, I believe you know what it is, right? Lie to mom? It was difficult to lie to mom, but there was no other way for me to run. There's basically like just a lined up story, and I can't really pick my answers and options. I just do what the game is telling me to do. It was difficult to lie to mom, but there was no other way for me to run away from home.
Мам, там что-то с
Something's
телевизором
wrong with the
случилось.
TV.
Картинка
The
какая-то
picture is
тусклая, и
dim and there are
экран весь
stripes all over the
вспыхнул.
screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted.
Ножа меня режешь.
Oh, you're
Настрелял
killing me
всего-то
here. So have you had enough of shooting those stupid ducks now?
Говорила же, посадите мне кинескоп своей
I told you
приставки.
the kinescope will go dim because of your console.
Где мы теперь мастера
Where
найдем
will we find a
переделать,
TV technician in this hole, huh?
Может быть, просто
Maybe just
настройки
the
сбились?
settings?
Сходи, посмотри,
Please go
пожалуйста.
see for yourself.
а?
Strange,
Нормально
it
же
worked
ответил
fine in
тебе.
the morning.
Из-за снегопада,
Maybe the
наверное,
snowfall
неполадки.
caused it. Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Olia's room. That's strange, right? She will notice it in no time. Okay, now I'm running away from home, apparently. I opened the front gate and went into the field, carefully so Mom couldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half of the distance toward the forest, the snow piles became as high as my knees. I remembered my native fears. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around holding hands. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but their aftertaste was still there, distant ringing in my ears, distorted shadows crawling on the snow alongside me. And a barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was silent, so silent I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olia. The time reached its limit, a one-way trip that ended in the forest's spiny stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Olia turned to stone listening to them. But then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple of days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together, almost like all of it was the previous life. When they kissed with Olia present, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way. But one day it all changed. Something important had left our home, and something scary filled the remaining void. It was a it takes so long. It was a fire broke out, and our parents were hurriedly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. From Huzo, from the people with dead cold eyes who sometimes visited us in our previous home, the eyes that only saw balls of worms on the black ground and everything. And somewhere far away a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. His hat says sport. They were only me, with white field and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. Oh, he found a clue. Dry, pricky branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest, or were they keeping something from breaking out? Some objects was hanging from one of the pointy branches. This is so suspicious. Like, literally. If the boy was lost, he wouldn't leave his thing hanging over there. I tried to get closer, drowning in snow, and when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungering semi-dark. Wow, those metaphors. Should I take it to the police? Their senior officer looked gloomy, but he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called The Streets of Broken Lights. Oh, I guess you don't know, it's like a Russian, really old TV show about policemen. He was also always anxious, with a tired look in his eyes, but still brave and strong. Will this meeting help them find the lost boy? Wah! I heard a distant shout. Looked like it came from the river. As if the trees were calling out to someone. Wah resounded closer to me. Someone was standing there behind the trees, hiding. Wah! Damn, that is scary. I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still, something was unsettling about this figure. Its stillness, how it was bent unnaturally toward the ground, its blackness. There's no one there, just branches and roots. It's all just my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. Wow! A shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but when I turned my gaze back to the same place, it was gone. So, it was my imagination after all? Silence reigned for a painfully long time. Please no screamers. Please no screamers. Please. My muscles were tightly sprung, my heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket, and I'd sprint, but nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. I can run away or take it. Okay, we should take it, we should be brave. Right? I decided to take the lonely mitten from the branch. Boba? What is that? Oh my god. The shout rumbled across the field and dissolved into the distance. No echo, no hope for a reply. What is it? I can't go anywhere, it's just like... It's how it is. I stepped toward the bristly trees and tried to claim my find. I didn't budge. I pulled harder, the branch cracked and the mitten tore off, landing in my hand with a squishy sound. All too heavy, wet. I squeezed it without thinking and something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny stream between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. No. Oh my god. I froze in place, studying my palms in disgust. Red. The sound of cracking branches invaded the silence. Was it blood? I didn't have to think twice before running away. Damn it. Someone was chasing me. You wanna see his face? Okay. Someone was chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine branches, closing the distance with giant leaps. Snow was slowing me down. Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I'll get caught. they'll get me. I'll get dragged into the cricket, I'll be gone forever. But there was one more voice, probably one of reason. It gave me strength, spurred me on. You can do it, don't stop. I heard an animal roaring behind me. It was so loud my ears went numb. It felt like the sound had come from a pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air, they scented my fear. Two giant wings flapped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hoot, a whiz. The roars were coming from all directions now. Damn it! All of this is happening in like 2 steps away from his house. Where is he running all this time? The roars were coming from all directions now. From the dried up raspberry bush, from twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back. It felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became vicious like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the meshy trap just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. I continued to drown, thinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed toward. The pressure on my leg was gone, my boots slipped out of the hole and my soles were on the hard surface again. I reached the clear path with one jump and from there ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. The house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks, as if dog was striking the wood with its paws, demanding to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed this mark when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard and Mom has locked the door? Drowning in fear, I pulled on the doorknob and it obediently gave way. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click it into place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Are you intrigued? Within breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad. What exactly didn't you understand when I told you to never slam the door?
Я
I
случайно.
didn't mean to. I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone, and the breath was too. There was someone in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring, and with it the last bit of strength I had left my body too. My legs gave way. I propped myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow.
Ты где был?
Where have you been? What did I tell you,
Ты
huh?
дома сидел.
I told you to stay home.
Я и для тебя пустое место.
Am I nothing to you too? I got afraid she would cry. Wow, she's just like worrying about him. And he's doing this stuff. I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out.
У отца сигареты пропали.
Your dad can't find his cigarettes.
Признавайся, ты их
Be
стащил?
honest, did you
Курить
snatch them?
любишь?
Were you smoking in secret?
Там
There
за
was
мной
someone
кто-то
chasing me,
гнался, и
I
я думаю,
thought. Started as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned toward me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant, and she covered her mouth with her hand.
Гляди, вон же они.
Look, over
Оба
there,
у забора.
at the fence. My heart started thumping as if I became prey once again and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratching at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window, facing my fear. I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest.
Божечки.
Oh
Ты их
boy,
испугался?
they're scared of
Да
them?
они сами тебя
I think they'd
перепугаются,
rather
Антон.
be scared of you, Anton.
они гнались за
They
мной,
were chasing me,
словно за зайцем.
like a bunny.
А вдруг они
And
бешеные?
what if they're rabid? The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was her first time seeing them.
Что если они нападут на
What
Олю?
if they attack Olya?
Мам,
Mom?
Вот бы твой отец их всех
I
перестрелял.
wish your dad could just shoot them all.
мама,
Mom,
Они
look, they're
живые.
А
alive.
что?
Huh?
Ты
What?
уж определись? Они тебе друзья или
Are
враги?
they your friend or foe after all? Make up your mind.
Не маленький ведь уже.
You're not a little kid anymore. You're not a little kid anymore. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And for what? What use do I have for this? Mitten. Of course. A dark and sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching it the whole time. That's my trump card as a detective. I hurried to present this clue to my mom.
Мам, смотри, это
Mom,
Вовина
look, this is
парешка.
Vova's mitten.
Ну того, про которого
The
утром
boy the
милиция
police were
спрашивала.
asking about the morning.
Она вся в крови. На
It's
дереве
drenched
висела.
in blood. I
Вон
found
там,
it
могу
hanging on a
показать.
tree. I can show
Давай
where.
в милицию скорее
Let's call the
позвоним.
police right
Как нас
away, like the
участковый
officer told us
просил.
to.
Мам, гляди.
Mom, look.
Фу!
Ooh. A shadow of doubt slowly crept into Mom's contorted face. As if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream, but the images slip away. It's so common in different novels and TV series that the grown-ups just forget everything about mysterious stuff. Have you seen Lock and Keys on Netflix? Like the grown-ups forgot everything that happened to them straight away. It's a common thing.
А ну-ка прекрати сейчас.
Stop at this
Оля
moment.
тебя услышит, с ума
Ola will
сойдет.
go insane if she hears
Она и
you.
так не спит.
She
На что
already has
подряд
trouble
жалуется.
sleeping and whines all the
Ещё и
time.
ты со своими
And you joke
шуточками.
around like this. Oh, she didn't remember. She didn't believe him. At that moment, I realized the mitten was actually wet from snow. There was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
Иди сюда, паникёр.
Come here, my boy, who cried Wolf.
Да не стой столбом.
Oh, don't just
Вот,
stand there.
таблетки
Come,
на,
take your
быстро пей.
pills. Pills? Oh. Oh, he's got some like mental illness or something. A golden colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell into my
Я
palm.
уже пил сегодня.
I already
на
took
завтрак.
one during breakfast.
Попререкайся мне
Don't
ещё.
talk over me.
Сказала дома
I
сидеть,
told you to
мерзость.
stay home, and you?
Был бы отец
Dad
выпорол.
would have given you a good whipping for that.
Сейчас же выпей, а то
Come
ночью
on,
не
take
уснешь.
it, or you won't be
Тебе
able
в
to
школу
sleep at
завтра.
night, and you have school tomorrow. So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with similarly awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Vova's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all, just like the forest monsters, and all is all. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect, or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity was washed over me, bringing yawny indifference along with it.
Антон, выпил?
Anton, you done?
Можешь, если
See, you can
захочешь.
do it when you try.
Раздевайся.
Take
Устал,
off your
что ли?
coat. Are you asleep?
Нет, мам.
No, Mom, I was just
Забыл.
thinking.
Интересно, о чем же?
What about? I wonder.
Так,
It's just something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure she was looking after her own son and not some doppelganger that came from the forest.
Точно все нормально?
Is everything alright?
У тебя такое лицо было, когда милиционер про окно спросил.
You had the exact same expression when the policeman asked you about the window.
все нормально.
It's alright, Mom. She heaved a deep sigh.
Хорошо.
Fine. It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulbs also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Olia was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink, and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Then I went upstairs. Jafar's and Yago's voices died down. I walked past Olia's bedroom and slipped into my own. I can open this. One of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten there. How can you hide it? It's like the drawer in the middle of the room. I sat on the bed, and only then I noticed there was someone behind the curtains. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort, and if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. It's scary. The corners of the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtains. A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. It reminded me of burial sheets. Olia, who else would be standing there? It's like something small, right? It should be small, like a vase. I stood up and licked my dried up lips.
Оля, очень смешно.
Yeah, Olia, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtains, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. I reached over the curtains. Ba-dum, ba-dum, beat my heart, controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted to return to the bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They're looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. But there's nobody. Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I pulled open the curtain. Gotcha!
Да я сразу понял,
I knew it
что
was
это
you
ты.
from the beginning. A blindingly bright halo lit above Olia's head with the setting sun in the backyard. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I always retorted, but Dad, she's not some flashlight. But I brought her to the window one day, and sun poured on her smiling face. I felt like I was holding a light woven child. Well, believe it or not, but the human skin does reflect light pretty well. As you can see, if I see, it's like reflecting the light right now. So yeah, it's doing this pretty well. I saw everything.
Да ну,
Oh, really?
что ты спрятал?
What did you hide? She was just like Mom when she was little, before she put on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone of voice.
Ничего, просто...
It's nothing. Ollie ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked,
Ты что-то украл и теперь прячешь?
You stole something and hid it there.
Ты вор?
Are you a thief?
Что?
Why?
Ну-ка.
Don't be stupid.
Ничего я не крал.
I didn't steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from a tree branch. Flashbacks. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the titled figure standing behind black trees. Ollie could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted.
Покажи тогда.
Then show me.
Клянись, что никому не скажешь.
Swear
Тогда
that you
покажу.
won't tell anyone, then I'll show you. Ollie wore a plotting smile.
Клянусь маминым
I swear on Mom's heart. That is a dumbass swear. I know she heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we watched.
Не говори так.
Don't say things like that. Olya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with an imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer and Ollie leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was nothing, not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic critter.
Это
Is this someone's mitten? She said that if she couldn't understand what she saw.
один мальчик потерял.
A certain boy lost it and got lost himself.
Теперь понимаешь, как опасно гулять
Now
в
do you
лесу,
understand how
особенно
dangerous
зимой?
it is for kids to wander into the forest, right?
Ему, наверное, там
He
очень
must be really
холодно.
cold out there.
Его найдут?
Will they find him?
Обязательно.
They will.
Участковый по домам
The
ходит,
police are going
всем
through the
фотографии
house,
показывает.
showing his photo to everybody. Ollie traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the window.
А почему он по домам ходит, а
And
не
why are they
по лесу?
going to the houses and not the forest, right?
Боится?
Are they scared? The question caught me off guard.
Милиционеры
The
ничего не
police
боятся.
aren't scared of anything.
И лес они прочесали.
They've already scouted the forest. Well, that is not true. Probably not true. Yeah, right? Flashed in my clouded mind. Did they really check everything, nook and cranny, where darkness called and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later? For me? I changed the topic. As if trying to get Ollie as far away as possible from the forest thicket.
Если я сам найду
It
пропавшего
would make it
мальчика,
rot if
я,
I
может, награду
go
куплю.
and find this boy by myself.
Кучу всякого, как в
A lot of
«Стране
stuff
чудес».
like in the Wheel of Fortune.
Клёво же.
Sounds cool, right? Ollie was listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, uncharacteristic for her.
А что, если это сова?
What if they all got it?
Ерунда. Не может
Nonsense,
сова
and all
поделить
won't be able
человека.
to lift a human.
Вот что.
But you know what? I was speaking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain.
Ты в лес не суйся.
Stay away
Мне
from the
кажется, он
forest. I
какой-то,
think
как бы
it's...
сказать,
How should I put it?
проклятый, что ли.
It's cursed or something.
Как в сказке?
Just like in a fairy tale?
Нет.
No,
скорее,
more like
надо
in the
страшной
spooky
кассете, что
tape our
родители
parents
прячут.
hide from us. What tape? I wanna see it. What tape? Ollie shivered and stole a glance at the window.
Я видела, как ты
I saw
убегал.
you running
За тобой
away.
кто-то
Someone was
гнался?
chasing you.
Нет, просто
No, it's
чтобы
just...
мама не
I
волновалась,
was hurrying
спешу
back home
домой.
so mom wouldn't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind and her small fire would be gone. Wow, every person is so fragile. Like, people are so fragile in general.
Хорошо тебе.
You're lucky.
Нет, мама,
Mom won't
пускай
even let
даже
me
на
go
крыльцо.
outside. Ah, she's so pure.
Как принцесса в
I'm like a
башне
princess in the
сижу.
tower.
Никуда
Can't
не
go
могу выйти,
anywhere.
так и умру тут
I'll
от
die
скуки.
from boredom
Не
here.
придумывай.
You're
От
wrong.
скуки еще никто
No one
не
has ever
умирал.
died of
Даже
boredom.
есть я и мультики.
And you have
Мама
me
с
and your
папой скоро
cartoons, and
помирятся.
mom and dad will be good at each other soon.
Знаешь, что
You
бы я
know what I
загадала
would
на
wish
следующий
for
день рождения?
on my next
Чтобы
birthday?
родители тоже в детей
I'd wish for mom and dad to turn into children,
все вместе
so
играли.
we could go and play together like we used to.
Ага. А
А если бы они
Yeah.
стали размером с жука, то мы бы их в спичечный коробок посадили.
If you'd make them as small as box, we could have placed them into a little box. Ollie giggled and toggled at my sleeve.
Тоша, пойдем
Tasha, let's go watch Aladdin. Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of heinous apathy.
Вымотался я.
I'm too tired, I don't want to.
Ну пойдем.
Come on.
Мне скучно одной.
It's
а
so
мама
boring
занята
alone and
всё
mom is
время.
always busy.
Можно выбрать другой мультик, который ты еще не видел.
I can pick another cartoon that I haven't seen before.
Да я все наши кассеты
I know all of my
наизусть
tapes
знаю.
by heart at this
Ну
point.
ты не все.
Not
Ты
all,
Питера Пэна не видел.
all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan. But how? I remember this episode in history when we used to have like a recorder and videotapes too. I had like about 20, I guess. And I remembered every single one of them by heart. Like I watched them 1,000 of times. Even the bad ones. Yes. I actually had all cassettes, videotapes of the Casper. My god, Zoomers don't even know who Casper is. Damn. I'm so old. Okay, back to it. Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan. Remember how you fell asleep in the middle?
Вот там,
Peter
потом,
Pan is my
такой.
favorite.
Ну пойдем.
And so much happens after that. Let's go.
Давай попозже.
Maybe a bit later.
Рассказать тебе, чем
Should I tell you how it ends?
Утром расскажешь.
Damn, she's a spoiler girl. Let's leave that for tomorrow.
утром не захочу.
I won't tell you tomorrow.
Придумала.
I know. Let's play hide and seek.
Нет, Оля.
No.
Тогда
Then draw me a dino.
динозавра.
Оля,
Ola, please.
Рисуй, нарисуй.
Draw it.
оставь ты меня в покое!
Leave me alone. I blurted it out the window thinking, and then I was immediately taken back. I'd never screamed at my little sister like that. Ola stared at me in shock. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was seething. Blah blah blah. I hurried to prevent Ola from crying, hurried.
Ладно, уболтала.
Alright, you win.
Давай
Let's
смотреть
go
мультики.
watch
Только
cartoons
не
for a
думай.
bit.
Уже не
I don't
хочу.
wanna. I came up to her, put my hand on her soft head. Let's go.
Питера Пэна посмотрим.
Let's go watch Peter Pan.
Ага, ты опять
Boo, you'll fall
уснула.
asleep again. I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt bottomless.
Не усну.
I promise
Ищи,
I
а потом
won't.
я тебе целого
And I'll draw you a
трицератопса
full turret
нарисую.
setups later. Hooray! 3-piece syrup pops!
Ну, почти.
Well, close enough. Ollie rubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her pajamas, and the shining smile returned to her face.
Давай ты пока кассету
I'll go ask
покатаешь,
Mom for
а я у
condensed
мамы попрошу
milk
сгущенки с
and
хлебом.
bread, and you rewind the tape.
Только утром свежий
The bread is
перец, как ты
fresh just how
любишь.
you like it.
Неси, только
Alright, just be
аккуратней, а то
careful not to
разольёшь.
spill the milk,
Опять ругаться будут.
or you'll be yelled at again.
Спорим, не разолью.
Wanna bet I won't spill it?
Кассета где-то
The
в
tape is
тумбочке.
somewhere in the
Поищи пока.
nightstand, look for it. Okay, Ollie disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighborhood room. Okay, turn on. The old photon TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking in the bottom of the front panel. What can I do? I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. It was a dark taiga fort just like the one outside my window. The picture split the screen in half. Something creepy resembling human speech was coming out of the speaker. Just a few moments later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did it catch some rock signal? Locals' TV station only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently, I used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna. What if I catch the channel again? On the other hand, Ollie had asked me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her. But in my sleepy taste, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. Sad. The picture finally cleared up, but the moment I rejoiced at finding that weird signal again, the TV started coughing, a voice barely coming through the cacophony. He was often seen at the moment when small snowy hills were lined up on the screen. Is this a TV show or something? Pierced with rickety crosses, and a male voice was narrating from a slow, mournful voice. It was a pitch black night at the cemetery. In that fateful dark time, little Senya met her fate at the face of a monstrous thicket dweller. The locals call him none of the forest master. I froze. I did my best not to move, as if by doing that I could scare away the narrator. I listened closely to his every word. The beast dealt with this helpless girl in a masterful manner. The camera panned across the snow with something black spilled over it, looking for ragged pieces of cloth that were thrown around all over the place. I didn't want to think whether Senya remains were wrapped in there, so I shut my eyes without thinking. The voice continued. Wolves are rare guests in these parts. Here's what Tamara, the old woman that lives in nearby crypt, has to say. A close-up shot of the face. That sounds like eh. A close-up shot of the face an old homeless woman, vary from life and alcohol abuse, rattled on the screen. Yes, yes, such a fearsome beast it is, worse than the rising dead. The old woman splattered saliva all over the rectangular mic. Ah! And the sting, it's like the rest of her comparison was swallowed up by the sound of a horn. I've never felt anything like that. It was standing there, yeah, right where you stand, boyo, and pierced me with its eyes right in the middle of day. Was so huge that one, with glassy eyes. Obscenities were covered by another beep. You know, they say if demons lays its eyes on you, it'll snatch you, putting you into his bag, and you're done. But he won't touch me. Likes me, it seems. So they even call me the devil's wench. And it's definitely true. The carnivorous monster would not touch those who fell to the level of forest beasts, going to the innocent child's blood instead. The forest master's presence is felt more and more on the outskirts of our country. Torn between believing in what was said and shrugging it away, I decided to record the remaining part of the documentary for some reason. I quickly grabbed the tape that was on top of the TV and put it into the VCR without even looking at the cover. I pressed track, turned the sound up, and paid attention to the sleeping signal. It's not called the Forest Master for nothing. Of all the animals obeyed, they hairly or feathery, they're all precursors for its appearance. If you hear howls in the distance, then it most likely already knows where you live. If you find animal prints all over your doorstep and birds watching you from the trees, you'd better hide, it's already coming for you. And if you wake up at night and see a pair of eyes in your window, then soon. Damn, that's scary. Then soon. 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 Ah! No, no. This shit is scary. The TV suddenly went mad and looped the last overboard and over, piercing my ears. This is really scary. I got goosebumps all over my spine. The tape ended and was rewind into the beginning. The sound of rustling tape reminded me of leaves in the wind and the low howl of the beast. I woke up from my stupor and pressed the button. The VCR ejected the tape for a moment. I thought it was stained with saliva, but that was just the light from the chandelier making the black plastic glossy. and then I saw the cover. Oops, I recorded over Peter Pan. That's what I get for hurrying. It was bad enough that I ruined Olia's cartoon, but I also put this creepy stuff over it. I can't let her see this. We'll drown in tears. I snuck a glance at the door. I could hear the clatter of glass and the squeaky floorboards. Olia appeared in the doorway.
Смотришь без меня?
You haven't started without me, have you? My sister brought a tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk.
Нет,
No.
я пока
I was
кассету
looking
ищу.
for the
А ты
tape.
точно хочешь
Did you
Питера
really
Пэна смотреть?
want to watch Peter Pan?
Хочу,
I do.
Включай скорее.
Turn it on already. Mom will come watch her Brazilian drama soon. Come on, think, fake detective.
Честно, мне как-то Питер
You know,
Пэн
I didn't like
скучноват.
Peter Pan.
Может,
Maybe we
включишь
should
«Русалочку»?
watch Little Mermaid instead.
Русалочку я уже
I've already
посмотрела.
seen it so many
А
times.
ты обещал.
And you promised me. She's so stubborn.
Думал, давай
I know,
сначала
let's watch a
поучим
couple of
черепашек
Teenage
ниндзя.
Mutant Ninja
Согласна?
Turtles episodes first. Deal? Ollie frowned but ultimately gave up. She put down the tray and crossed her hands on the chest. If you want it so much.
Откроешь
Can you open the milk?
порезать.
Can, I'm afraid I'll cut myself with the sharp edges. As soon as I stood up, colorful dots popped up before my eyes, and my sore legs were pierced by thousands of needles. Only when I reached the sofa, I realized the can was already open. Ole had tricked me, playing me for a fool. My stomach became heavy. I wanted to rush toward the TV, but my little sister was faster. She picked up the remote and proclaimed in a victorious tone,
Повелся,
Gotcha,
повелся.
gotcha.
Владычица пульта
As a
приказала
remote
смотреть
master, I command you to watch Peter Pan. Oh my god. She will be scared. I couldn't even open my mouth, and the VCR had already eaten the accursed tape. She'll play it, and then black crossed on unnamed graves, empty crypts, bloody scraps on the snow, and the insane devil's bench. I'd better tell the truth.
Оля, стой!
Olia, stop.
Я тебе конец кассеты не
I erased the end of your tape by accident.
Отдай ее мне и возьми
I'll trade it
две
with
мои.
you for two of mine.
Ты чего?
What do you mean?
Как ты стереть?
You couldn't
Мы с
erase
папой
it.
всем кассетам
Me and
зубами
Dad had
поломали
broken it.
отверткой.
What? You couldn't erase it. Me and Dad had broken off all those plastic pins with a screwdriver.
Теперь ни на один мой мультфильм ничего записать
You
нельзя.
can't record anything over my cartoons now. What? My little sister pressed the triangular play button on the remote. I squeezed on the inside, awaiting the out of this world voice of the narrator. But I saw the duel between Peter Pan and Captain Hook instead. I sighed in relief. My head, heavy as a leaden ball, now rested in my hands. Ola smiled in joy. She put the tape on rewind and started spreading milk over her bread. And when the cartoon started, she forgot about everything in the world. As if she really got transported to the mid-Neverland like she always wished. Everyone wants that. To be honest, I also imagined myself there, in a land where no one ever ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights, and the sound of broken plates at night. But now Peter Pan's land was especially far away from me. My thoughts dragged on, stumbled upon the horned beast that awaited me among the trees, and the narrator's mournful voice haunted me, sliding over bushes and ravines, like a winged carnivore would track its prey. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality.
Тоша, скорее, что
Tasha, put the curtains fast.
Зачем?
Why?
Тоже на
No
тебя
one's
не
watching you.
уже темно.
It's dark, and when it's dark, the all comes. And I'm scared. I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. Close. I did my best not to look outside toward the tree tops, toward the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from shadows of branches scraping the snow. Tosha, mom thinks I made the all up, and dad too. Thinks I'm a liar since I'm small. But it all exists. Honestly, it does. Do you believe me, right? That it comes every night, and I swiftly grabbed Ollie's hand and looked her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination. But did I really have those qualities? Yes, I believe you. Just don't nag our parents about it anymore. They're already dealing with a lot, so they'll just get mad at you. Come and tell me if anything happens, and don't look out of the window. But it wants me to look. Doesn't matter. Act like it doesn't exist and never existed. It'll get tired of waiting and fly away. When will the first episode finish? We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened and if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile and Captain Pan headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Olia's eyelids had dropped. She started snorting lightly, resting her chin on the side of that bed. The chorus was singing the ending song. The world of Disney was lit up by a silvery moon. Another moon peeked from under the first one, scary and wan, hanging over the taiga forest. The horrific report got recorded right over the credits. So it did! My throat went dry, my pulse became faster. I looked toward Olga. She smacked her lips in the sleep. I squeezed the remote with all my might, ready to press stop any moment. I rewound the recording, checked if it was intact, and then carefully took out the tape. The protective pins was still in place. I stood up and left Olga's room. Whether it was by providence or by curse, I hid the tape alongside with the mitten at the exact moment Mom pinked into my room. Well, this is not hiding. This is like a drawer in the middle of his room. Anyone can see it. Enough playing around. It's your first day at school tomorrow. Go to bed, you should sleep properly. It feels like 3 a.m. already, isn't it? You don't want to be teased for being sleepy, right? Adults think everything is so simple, as if you sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I covered myself with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming, to something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes or no? Maybe it's just a part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on and on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. It has come, after all. The day I feared the most, the first day of my new school term. Oh, episode 2. I feel like we should save here. The first episode was pretty terrifying. I really got scared. So, how do you feel about it? Okay. Here. Yeah, now you can see them. These are my new stickers for the stream, my new emotes. You can get all of that and more if you subscribe to my channel and support me streaming and hanging out with you here. And you know, just please subscribe so that I could stream more. It is really motivating. I believe in you. I'm too bright for this game, right? I'm just too fucking bright and colorful. Or maybe that is a good thing because everything is so monochromatic and I'm like a pop of color in this. So is it a good or a bad thing? I haven't decided yet. Hope you like it. At least I really like this cute dress with these cute ears. I don't know. I'm just so happy with this day. I think I look kind of cute, so. No, not a new game. We have to load. Yeah. We are on chapter 2 right now. 2. Okay. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates who I always have trouble connecting with. I guess everyone does. I had to move to different schools and it was really tough. I don't like remembering those times. Like most other kids with glasses, not only with glasses, I was like a pretty normal cute girl back then. Not like today. I looked normal and still I had a lot of troubles. I forced myself to get out of my warm bed, out of my comfort zone, obviously. I have to put the camera higher, right? So that you could read everything. Is this okay? I hope so. Okay, Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. What do you mean the bedroom was silent? Is he like coming there and listening to what his parents are doing in their bedroom every day? This is cringe. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. This kid is weird, like, actual murders are taking place in that village, so it's no wonder like every kid will be brought there by their parents or something. He's just like overthinking. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Simple and easy are kind of synonyms, but sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially the peacefully sleeping Olya. I did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in our old apartment. If my soles touched the space between floorboards, it counted as stepping into lava. I'm still to this day playing this game, and that's okay. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry, faster, faster. It was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. Boiling lava was bursting out of the cracks between floorboards. I needed to watch my step to survive at any cost. Hippity hop, like a frog jumping on molehills, like a fearful bunny in a grove full of wolves. By the way, have you seen new series Raised with Wolves? It's about kids and androids. It's coming out on HBO, I guess. So, what the fuck? There are no wolves in this series. Why is it called like that? Okay, back to the game. I made a sandwich in the kitchen. That is a lie. That is a lie. Russian people are not making sandwiches. We're making like sandwich. Is a thing with two pieces of bread, right? Like you have bread underneath, you had bread on the top so that you wouldn't make your hands dirty, right? We're not doing it. We don't have this. We're using only one piece of bread and you put in everything on that piece of bread. That's it. You don't have anything from the top, and when you're eating, everything just like falling down on the ground. This is our thing, our method. Okay. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was good as of someone being led up the scaffold toward a guillotine. I lowered my gaze and thought that one of my feet was standing on two floorboards at the same time. Burned to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes withered in my belly, the fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock clickered. I need to go. It was dark outside, fitting for an early winter morning. This darkness never fully left the houses around here. I took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into the unnerving unknown. I rubbed my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. I guess he should look like a scientist, right? When you think of scientists, it's not like these modern days NASA guys that are like perfectly fine with their undercuts and fancy clothes. When you think of like real scientists, you can imagine a guy that is like wearing whatever his mom bought him back when he was 10 and those thick glasses, and he doesn't give a shit. That is the real one. He's the OG. Okay. The sky was aching to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. Can you hear the actual... Oh yeah, you can hear them. I looked up... It licked up stars from the sky and distinguished the rising sun. I thought he was licking something. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. Okay, cut off those metaphors. We won a game. The cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door with a long key that I wore around my neck. I had that too. I was wearing a key around my neck because my parents thought I would lose it. My parents made me wear those noose, afraid that I, being a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. Everyone did that. Everyone. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate. It invited me into my new life toward dubious adventures, and tagged along like an old body, pushing me into the dark. A white shadow that pined throughout covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hit my nose in the coat's collar. This is really like reading a book, right? Do you have this feeling? It was squeezing through the thin fabric, my hair roughed up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of rural earth. The trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle of their mouth. What is he thinking about? If I lost focus, even for a moment, mold-covered bushes would drag me into the forest depth. Then my parents would be walking around this parts, screaming my name. But the dead can't answer the living. Screamer! Or can they? Screamers! Okay. A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into the school in his hands by now, if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dough. It felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeaking behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listening closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger, as if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch. A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. 3 branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel.
Есть здесь кто?
Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols, the pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm either going mad. Oh, he's just dumb. Or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. He does have an option of being dumb, though. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road. I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Clawed hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around and make me look at the faces of hungry forest denizens. What is that bird? In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. I'm learning so many new words with this game. That's cool. The bridge supports passed in a spring, tarry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest. I then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. Just a sec. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute light through a snow-laden road, illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could, from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game where you need to be the first to proclaim, "I am protected." What is that game? Let's look it up. I can't? Tag a kid's game? Oh, it says that tag is the name of the game. A kid's game where one player needs to tag other players by touching them with their hand, making them it. Okay. Oh, hello, Glide 189, right? I'm so happy to see you. Hello. Okay, going back to it. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. Someone's just eating over there. It's ASMR, right? In a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with a guttural roar. Another screamer! Doesn't it sound... Hello! Hi! Doesn't it sound like ear-licking ASMR? It really does. It almost felt like its features deterred light. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. I'm so sorry, by the way. I'm really not good at English. I'm only learning. Well, if you can say that teaching it and studying it for like 10 years is actual learning, but I'm still learning. I'm not really good at it, so don't be mad, please. But this game is just like giving me so many new words that I didn't even hear anywhere before. Because it's basically a book and you have like this literature going on. It is, it is. It's also so good in Russian. Like, because Russia has so many like words, especially in this game. There are a lot of words that are... This is a chewing sound, I'm sorry. Okay, so there are a lot of birds from the countryside area that you don't really use in everyday speech anymore, especially in the cities. So it's like full of folklore. But the shadow didn't disappear and even got closer. My insides were greeted by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice. Isn't it too loud? You are from Russia, right? Wow. Are you okay with English, by the way? Or do you want to speak Russian? I don't know. It's all up to you. Okay. What city are you from? Sneaking around her, trying to steal my soul. Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silly voice here, between the forest and the dormant village? Will you say something, dummy? A cat got your tongue? Alright, I'll bite you off your nose then. That is scary. I do, I am Russian. That'll teach you not to poke it in places it doesn't belong. A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette. But I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared by a girl, before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. Oh, it's a fox! До свидания. I told you I'm Russian. From the cavity of her hood. I think you're not Russian. Say something Russian. Don't look it up. Just do it. Most Americans don't even know how to turn on the Russian keyboard. I know it's a good, but how about Здравствуйте? Okay, so from the cavity of her hood, a frighteningly real fox face was staring straight at me. It is a mask, though. It just was her jaws weren't moving and her eyes weren't blinking. A mask! It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile unwarrantedly crept onto my face. I was just going to school, and then you. Okay, what city are you from? Huh? I'm just really curious, because I love people from small little villages and small towns. They just have this special spirit about them. What about me? Never seen a fox feed a dog? No. And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably. Sorry, I didn't mean to. After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ear, sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. I do watch anime, of course. Who do you think I am? Look at me, I'm wearing this outfit. Can't you tell I'm watching anime? Come on. But also, I'm like in a lot of weird, maybe animes that are like for girls, you know? Um. Why aren't you asking about Boku no Pico? Everyone's like, you watch anime? You should watch Boku no Pico, right? So, I guess I still smelled of bologna that I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dogs to the girl. She didn't seem scared anymore, just weird. So you didn't mean to, huh? What's your name? I'm Anton. And you? And I'm not. She's got jokes like my granddad has. Exactly. She's weird. Definitely has a couple loose screws. But she has a nice voice. My voice is like not the best, but your voice is like has a threatening aura, isn't it? Lovely and nice. Okay. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. This foxy girl wasn't walking through the darkness without problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I couldn't just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. The next time a police officer asks me about my friends at the new place, I'll tell them that I befriended a talking fox. Do you live around here? In the village? The fox giggled and purred. She's like the village Russian example of Ubu cat girl, but she's like working with anything she had in her house. Maybe. She spun around so hard the hem of her coat lifted up. No, dummy. Foxes don't live in villages. Why not? Yuri Gagarin its first man? What do you mean? Yeah, he is. The first man is in space, in cosmos. Why? So you live in the forest then? Have you been living under a rock? It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans. As long as they're foxes. Her jokes were also weird. Just like her cannibal mask. Papier-mâché with fur glued onto it. A dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Hi, hello. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge. Cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. He called it a gift from the bunny. Oh! The stray strolled toward me with immense footsteps, with a pleading look in its eyes. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry. Why are you dressed like this so early in the morning? Going to a costume party. She's a cosplayer, okay? Get away from her, she's just cosplaying. The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off her nose. And her human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast. A real fox, agile, cunning, dangerous. The girl just got hungry, right? A moment of hesitation and you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. She's weird. Okay. until I heard her calm, melodic laughter hidden underneath a beastie mask. I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie. Sweet, did she say sweetie? She's cringe. Give me... yeah. I got embarrassed. Went right up to my hair roots. Went right up to my hair roots. Wow, that was written just for me. We'd seen a fox in a zoo once when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur, was grey and skinny. I guess it just was like winter time. But this girl was of fiery color and furry, just like in fairy tales. She's a furry! Is that a hentai genre? I was still rummaging through my backpack. My finger that was searching for the dog street stopped upon some soft, crumped object. You'll see. The real beasts will wake up soon. You should ask them where they got their human faces. The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamplight. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my finding in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole it's created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanting to get its treat. And the fog just snorted. Now I was so embarrassed I wanted to stink around the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric circle. On the contrary, darkness seemed even more thick. All neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with a weird girl I didn't know. So, are you going to school? Oh my, you're really dummy. Don't you get it? I'm a Zoomer Boomer. I'm a millennial actually. It's like meeting in the middle. What are you? I can also be a doomer sometimes, I guess. It's like depends on the context, usually. But if you're measuring it in like getting tired all the time and being bored with everything and even this like clip mind, then I'm a zoomer, I guess. I don't know. What are you? Well, I was trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me, calling me a dummy and all. I should have just moved along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog. Why are you so mean? Don't answer if you don't want to. It's not like I care. Still something froze me in place, tugged me toward the dog figure. A mysterious appearance, her voice, and was velvety and just liquid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fire burns. Stop pouting. Look here. Julka took a liking to you. The dog was digging through snow with sharp movements, snoring loudly. The fox turned around and looked at the windows of a nearby house. As its steambird frowned through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamplight. And maybe someone else too. I went red again, like a boiled crayfish this time. If she's talking about herself or someone else, I hoped that semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment. I cleared my throat before asking. And who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. The fox didn't reply. Okay. They're just talking too much. Okay. Reading on. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped, rummaging through the snow. It ran to me, holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What is it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized that it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep. A certain missing boy immediately came to mind. Hey, do you know anything about Wova? I imagined the scene, silhouettes dancing in the clearing. Another flashback. The dance of the night when Wova had disappeared. A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remembered my birthday, when our parents promised to take me and Olio to Disneyland in Paris. What? What did his parents promise him? This is such a lie. His parents are like broke as fuck. But instead of a long anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. Why would they promise it? They clearly couldn't do that. That was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. Is the audio okay? I guess so. My greediness shattered the relationship. If only I could fix everything, gather everybody I love, and take them to Disneyland. On the night Vova had disappeared, I think I saw someone looking like you dancing under my window. It couldn't be true, but I felt like her mask became even more sly. The fox was sniffing me out. Oh, that got you worried. For yourself? Or for someone else? Oh yeah, as soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened and cold sweat streamed down my spine. Well then, listen closely, a boy named Anton. This is a big and scary forest. The fox girl stepped down, forward menacingly. And I'm not its only tenant. The other beasts already know about you. Beware, we'll come again tonight. I should have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking. When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak really close and dance! Macarena! Huh? Hey, Macarena! What? Look at you! Your mouth is agape, Antosha. He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right. Are you by any chance a dimwit? Nobody would let me go outside this late. Children go missing here, you know. I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. She got me scared to death. Hey, why don't you stop fawning your glasses? I was also nearsighted once. Listen to me and maybe you'll become smarter. Remember what they do call foxes? Cunning. Calming. My words seemed to hurt her. Hey, what do you do? I'm sorry. Her laughter was asking to the jiggle of a pair of silver bells. Just pulling your leg. Of course we're cunning. If you're agile and brave enough to befriend the cunning fox, I'll help you look for your Wova. There's a reason why we're doing it, right? I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming. I know why children have been sworn in our forest recently. Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff there. One day I saw a huge pile of candy once. Huh? And I swam in it until my jaws cramped. A pile of candy? I couldn't deduce where she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. I shot her another smile, a fake one this time. Boo, so right. Well, what will you say to this then? She held out her hand with a firm mitten. There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like these were sold at markets or in kiosks. I saw my favorite bubble gum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. A familiar name was on it. It was called Turbo. A triangular fox face poked her nose toward me. Take some. My pockets are full of this. She's like rich. She's a rich one. Okay, I will take this. I accepted the rest and catching a whiff of the girl's smell. Fur, fireworks, and citrus, the smell of holidays. My fingers tingled while I was carefully unwrapping the gum. Peachy aroma entered my nostrils, and something else, something unfamiliar but pleasant. The fruity cube ended up my mouth. I started moving my molars, chewing the gum. It tasted like your usual Turkish gum, only my tongue went in a bit numb. I couldn't believe my luck after opening the insert. Is this a rare one? Well, you see, I'm not boomer enough to know anything about the tuber or bubblegums. I've got no idea. I couldn't believe my luck after opening the insert. I looked at Mercedes-Benz, an extremely rare and hence desirable collector's item for any boy from my previous neighborhood. My heart skipped a beat. I was barely able to tear my eyes off the insert, still stunned. This is... Now do you see what can be found in the forest? Still, I wouldn't go alone if I were you. You get so flustered over simple bubblegum after all. Imagine what would happen if you find a travel case worth of this. It'd surely blow your mind. Unusual treats, just like everything else about her. I carefully hid the insert in my bag, as if I was putting a rare butterfly in a can. The fox giggled. This is how things are supposed to go on a Monday morning. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway, or she'll just lie. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it was just a simple young girl. What if Vova also found a snow pile with sweets and is now rolling in it? Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest? He must be so cold without his second mitten, then. How does she know about the mitten? The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches. Or what if something happened to him along the way? Something terrible. The forest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears, just like a curious beast. The fox girl pierced me with her eyes again. Wild beasts? You find it scary? Well, I don't know. He doesn't know. Oh my, have I befriended a dance? She keeps abusing him and calling him names. She's a horrible friend. I didn't like being called a dance, yet being friends with her sounded nice. My grades are good. Really now. Will you come with me, good Grace Anton? We'll find your Wova and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest. As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest. You'll see. Worms of worry writhed in my belly. Better run, whispered my mind. I don't believe you. Do you take me for a liar? Whatever, you just like everybody else. The girl sounded hurt, although I didn't know she was genuine about it. Hello? Hello again? She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. The gum felt bitter now. I remembered my dad's favorite saying, "Wear your manners, son." Indeed, this fox was kind to me. Please don't get mad. Foxes can also be nice, like in fairy tales. I just need to know what kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, hiding the nose of her mask in her hands. Then follow me into the forest and you'll get to know me. But not right now, when it gets bright. I mean, your whole body is shaking, you poor thing. I don't want to get a stroke. Hey, let me accompany you to school. I was trying to play Genshin actually, but believe it or not, I know everyone just adores Genshin and stuff. I wasn't hooked on it. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I only tried it once. I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't have like this community of friends playing it. Maybe this. Maybe if I would have like more friends playing Genshin, I would play it too. But for now, I'm not playing it because I didn't get hooked from the first time. So I was like, okay, they're really cute. The game looks amazing and like everything's so fun. But overall, it's just like grinding, and what's the point? Do you play Genshin? What do you like about it? And do you have other friends playing it? I don't know. How do people like spend so much time in Genshin? I'm just wondering. After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me. Well, if you're going in the same direction. We went over the school and the lost dawn. Here and there, the lights came on the windows of houses we passed, as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Stilettes lurked behind curtains, dogs let out occasional barks. Spirals of grey smoke rose from chimneys, TVs bustled and dishes clanged in kitchens. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber, while carefully threading the snowy wheel trails. I walked in the left one, and she took the right one. The dog was following right behind us. I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to the school, as if playing with me some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes, then fell on its nose. I was the first to break the silence. So what's your name? Um, yeah, it is well, if you like horrors, this is like bullshit to you. But if you're not really into horror games, this one may be a little bit terrifying, especially if you like turn the lights off and playing in complete darkness around you. Then maybe only then you can be like terrified a little bit thrilled, a little bit scared. But for now, I'm getting scared really easily, so there's no way I would play a horror game in the darkness. I would just shit my pants. So I'm playing with all the lights on and it doesn't seem scary to me. So it's all up to you. It depends on the mood, I would say. But for now, it's not scary. Okay, so what's your name? He keeps asking this question. Here it comes. Names. You people always need to put labels on everything. What name would you give it to a fox like me? I don't know. But I've read about Elisa the fox. You know what? I don't mind. I'll be Elisa. I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around as if looking for an answer from the dark sky devoid of dawn. My silent question was left unanswered. The school's outline was already on our side. A giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Lights in its windows didn't bode well to me. The wooden trees were guarding the schoolyard, Screams, childish laughter, and someone's whistling tore up the silence. Well, I really want to play Dark Souls. I haven't tried yet, but I really want to, and I will. I just have like several games to finish right now in the nearest future, and then I will hop off to Dark Souls for sure. I really want to try it, and I really love this aesthetics of everything like dark and creepy. So yeah, I will play Dark Souls for sure. Have you played it? I've heard it's like really hard and hardcore. So I'm a little bit scared because I'm not a good player, but we'll see. I guess I will die, like from the first try, right? I went there with mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at that time. Empty corridors that smelled of polish, puffy snow outside. The second time I came alone to get the books and just kept on imagining my peers rolling down the railings, great cool schoolers running to the library, and teachers marching down the corridor with the air of self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance, in track pants and full caps, perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last of hopes for a cozy school. Their stingy eyes and the teeth, yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as a cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion. I'll wait for you at the backyard after school, near the hanged man. Near what? She just ignored my question. Don't be late. I hesitated. Blowing hot and cold again, Mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options, thinking about Mom helped me reply. I'm going straight home after school. Well, Antosha, I'm going to let you off the hook. But the others will creep you up with their smiles and sink their teeth into you. Won't be able to shake them off as easily. Remember my words. The fox opened her mouth in a wide yawn. What kind of trick is this? Someone riding in the distance called out my name. So it wasn't a mask? I instinctively turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. Oh no! Oh no! It whipped and ran toward the spring. The darkness devoured it. The fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into frosty air. Or was she hiding in my shadow? Or is she Batman? And Charlotte the Gum? Unlucky? After taking a deep breath, I went toward the school, toward the cutlets in dough, toward the light raining down onto the snow. I can enter? This is kind of scary. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness crept along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting in open space like a lonely, lost spaceship. Oh, there's a schedule. After going up to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There was a piece of paper with something printed on it glued to the left of the notice board. I have to read it. Okay, he's left. He's missing. Fourth grader. Oh, this game takes so long already. On the grainy print, Vava looked dead. with a black mouth and dark empty eye sockets. Could it be that the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? A plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whistling branches. Empty eyes and the lost boy pierced through my soul as if pleading. Unable to meet his stare, I turned around and rushed to the window, took a seat on the windowsill. The corridor was slowly filling up with children in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of school toilets, child voices were hammering a nursery rhyme. For the fox, for the bear, bunny, tasty meals prepare. That is strange. I've never heard anything like that. I turned my head toward them, trying to get a better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised up high. She doesn't look like with her chin raised up high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. A girl was trailing her every step. Oh, she's fancy. She was also looking pompous, stopping along the way and whispering some secret in her friend's ear. She was probably a class rep, since she was carrying an attendance register book. Ekaterina, take this, please. The teacher opened the classroom door and the crowd of children swarmed in, screaming and pushing. Who's that? Out of all of them, a tall red-haired fat boy caught up my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the inside of pomegranate. A bad feeling rising up the hair on the back of my head. I've seen boys like him before, unsettled eyes, cackling laughter. The girl, who was a smaller copy of the teacher, warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the clearing in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd, and the redhead immediately showed him. Move your legs, moron. The boy flew head first, flaring his hands, trying to keep his balance. The fatso burst out laughing, and a couple of kids joined his nasty cackling. Their laughter sounded like someone was snipping with huge garden scissors. The classroom sucked all of the kids in. The corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay on the windowsill. What is happening? Why is it like the forest again? Doesn't he have to go into the class and introduce himself? Just a handful of lampposts outside were battling the darkness, writhing like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. Maybe I can still run away. Go outside, dissolve in the dark. I imagine myself running through snow, but it squeaks under my boots, and how I'm becoming lighter and lighter with every step. This is so loud! I turned myself from the window with great effort, then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. I'm sorry. I feel like we're near to the end of this episode. The prim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed. I'm the transfer student. I was told to come here. The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the pages. Your last name? Petrov? What are you mumbling there? Say it clearly. Petrov. You're not on the list. You're not on the list. Go away. She measured me with a long and heavy stare, as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snorted in unison, like a living organism, like a dangerous beast. Are you sure? I don't have you in my register. My knees chose the worst time to start shaking. I felt dizzy. I clenched my fist so hard my knuckles became white. They told me to come to the classroom 204 to ask Lilia Pavlovna, class 6C. Apparently everyone in the classroom took my words for some sort of joke because they were all laughing. What's wrong with this classroom? The classroom felt silent. The kids hid their smirks for a better occasion. Why do we hire so many interns? They all know how to put lipstick all over their Belgian lips, but when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything. How did they send you without any proper paperwork? Ooh, well, Russians are all about paperwork. We've had the same thing happen so many times already. Wait here, I'll be back. After I have a little chat with them. She didn't say chat. The teacher flew past me, mumbling something to herself in righteous anger, and I was left standing at the center of the classroom. Like a convict in front of a firing squad, I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around the classroom directed at me. They pricked my skin, danced on the... What? Once again, I imagined running far away from this place. That would be so much easier. Fighting the clone wind, soaring high above the pines in one long jump. With the wind on my back as my only companion, the eyes of my future classmates were asking, this new boy, is he one of us or an outsider? Somebody whispered something and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom. Wipe the board. It was easy to guess who were the main prankers here. Hey, Four Eyes. I am not only blind but also deaf. I said wipe the board. My knees weren't the only shaking part of my body anymore. What else? I was trembling from head to toe and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. My prayers were answered by the power that be. And what should I do with you now? Where will I sit you? Oh well, you can sit with Simeon, I guess. He's alone anyway. No way. Who is Simeon? The fatso put his backpack on the seat beside him and that's that boy? Seat behind him in the face, scratched his belly and smirked. Are you back to old tricks? Should I call your grandma here again? The classroom went silent. And what's she's gonna do? I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't. Put away your backpack now. Samuel didn't move a muscle. He started studying the portraits of writers on the wall, looking bored. I needed to do something to resolve this somehow, to save myself. I cleared my throat and continued in a stiff voice that sounded nothing like me. I can sit in the last row. I think there's a free seat. The teacher snorted loudly. She looked at me, then at Semyon, then back at me. Fine, go there for now. And you, Baburin, I'll have to talk with you later. Come to me after classes. You'll be cleaning duty, got it? Semyon forced out a twisted smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tip of his nose, blah blah blah. That is disgusting. I walked carefully, afraid to stumble and fall, causing another outburst of laughter. I took my seat at the back on the last table, where I was met with a pile of old posters. The outcasts took their seats and the class was ready to start. Now this is settled, let's start the class. Today's theme is traditions of Russian and international literature. In Doshenko's Don't Lie. The professor turned back to me. He stared and informed me of the coming days, weeks, and months of bullying. I've got my eyes on you. After just a couple of periods, I had already noticed a huge yellow speed stain on my notebook. And then at the cafeteria, the Simeon accidentally spilled a glass of compote on me. And then he flared his hands around after exiting the toilet so some of the liquid from his hands would get on me. Just before the final period for today, Simeon pushed me into a buzzing crowd of girls from our class. They made way, cursing, but I couldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for the class rep before, right in her chest. Oh. I immediately stepped back, dying from embarrassment. I'm sorry, are you alright? Then she suddenly put her hands on her hips. Will you look at him? Groping me in front of everyone. I'll tell my mom. They'll expel you, pervert. Suddenly, this looks like a Japanese game. There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she was a child who was about to put a lit-up match to the chaffer beetle. I didn't mean to, he pushed me. We all saw that, no blind among us. She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to fume on the inside, but Simeon's laughter cooled my head. I pushed you? You sure? He swagged up to me, enveloping me in the smell of sunflower seeds and rotten teeth, and then pushed me to the ground. Like this? What you gonna do now? The bully towered over me, as if saying, come on, hit me. Let me see you try. What can I do? I can fight back or endure. What should I do? Fight back? Listen, you. My throat went dry and my lips were moving on their own, and my voice? Simeon wore a mocking smile. Go on, Four Eyes. Why did you stop? We're all waiting. If you ever touch me again? Simeon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead. I did. So what? If you ever do it again. Here. Once more. Again. 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 He was poking me with his finger so hard that my head tilted backward. I must not cry, or I'll be done. What will a wimp like you do to me? My vision went blurry. My soul tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Simon was holding his ear and blinking in amusement. Was I the first person to rebel against this absolute rule? I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies. Lilia Pavlovna. Petrov just hit Baburin. Semyon's cheeks grew even redder and his pimples even wider. But a smile flashed on his face that was only noticed among his comrades. He got really close to me. The smell of rotten teeth washed over me. You are fucking done. His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone tore off the lid from a kettle with boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumps of my heart and guessing where his first will go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose. But he just turned around and walked off. A thought, cold and sober and extremely rational, popped up in my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes on purpose. Samuel didn't attend the last period, so I was hopeful that if he decided to dodge the cleaning duty and run home forgetting all about me, I heaved a sigh of relief, like someone on death row whose execution was delayed by a day. But I didn't let myself forget his tone, his vengeful gaze, and his scary electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my book near a window. I was staring outside, nervous. Simon was nowhere to be found in the front yard or near the school gate. I didn't really believe it was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious and stayed for some more time in the corridor that was gradually getting less crowded. All of the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton picking out the biology classroom. Some jokesters put a cap with American condor on its head. The sound of running water were coming from the bathroom. I was the only person left in the whole classroom. I'm not alone. A sudden thought came to mind. I remembered the missing boy. His portrait was on the notice board. I remembered his smile, him looking at me. Hello. I shuddered and turned around. Who is that? At first my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case. Is this his sister? Then I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. Oh, she's so cute. She's... She sat in the first row of the sack. Wow, all of the girls here are so cute. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple of times. And I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty, the spring, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook. Hello? I don't read and pretended I was studying. It was cool the way you hit him. It was just an accident. I started showing books on my backpack to at least put something in my hands. Simeon wasn't like that before. He also transferred here just recently. His grandma told me that it almost felt like he went mad. Even the upperclassmen fear Simeon. Do you know? But you're different. You're brave. I mumbled in reply. Yeah, right, me? Brave? A hero that'd been standing around in the hallway who weren't a beating. The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes. Do you live over the river? In that wooden house? Yeah. Must be scary living there. And you also have to cross the forest. I wouldn't be able to do that. I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought of intertwining branches of a snake-like trail of endless darkness that spread like mold among the crooked trees. So I straight up lied. It's not that crazy. Scary. What's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause. As if brushing off a daydream. Well, actually, never mind. My name is Polina, by the way. And I'm Anton. I already know that. Hey. She stumbled, as if trying to decline whether she should continue. What are you doing after school? My chest felt freaky after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant. Nothing much. I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence. What happened? What happened? I don't know. The forks again. Alice's predatory smile flashed up in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes in the slits of the mask were probably just a product of my imagination. What if that fox girl is waiting for me after the school? Or was it another of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered. He's so much wondering if she's a real fairy. I suddenly got covered with beads of sweat, like after a PE class. I wanted to take a shower. Sorry. I'm just tired of talking too much. I have a violin lesson and then I'll be free. My grandpa hired me a private tutor. Our music teacher is a violinist and he doesn't have anyone to teach here, except me. She waves her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on a violin string. I could almost hear the music. It chased Elise out of my head. I looked at Paulina's lips, catching her every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. He's such a pervert. They were warm, soothing, and tingly. It felt like I was very small and the feelings were immense and they couldn't fit inside me. They say there's a serial killer on the loose in the village. Normally Grandpa would escort me home from school, but he's been sick lately. I snuck a glance at Wallace's photo. So she just wants him to bring her home, just like the portrait on the gravestone. I'm not a coward, I'm just... I think I'll be safer together with you. Oh, this is a hint for him, right? Okay. Will you go home with me? There it was. Finally, everything that I read about the adventure books, everything that I dreamt about was seeping into my life. Oh, this anime music. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and a heroic duel. A duel. Thinking of him instantly sobered me up, returned me back to Earth. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Paulina. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obviously for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. And him knocking me out won't even be able the worst of it. The worst part is that Paulina will see all of that. And she'll laugh at me like everybody else. No, I don't need anybody to see me in such a shameful state. He's so much overthinking. Way too much. I doubt I'll be able to today. You know, Simeon is waiting for me outside. I need to deal with him one-on-one, like a man. Nonsense. She brushed off some hair from off her forehead. I sensed the weak aroma of blackberry. Paulina was like water when you were thirsty. You gulped it down and still wanted more. I remember the summer evenings in the country house, the fire sponge and smoke, the berries hanging over the fence from the neighbors, and the soft cover of pine needles under my soles. Those few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on the skewer. Could have I foreseen the upcoming catastrophe in the crackle of coals, and our parents' laugh in the smell of the fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile that world was? Do you really think that Savage will give you a fair fight? He'll just form you with his friends without giving you any chance to catch a breath. Paulina suddenly flashed a devious smile. But if we go together, they will be put off. I'm not only the first violin of the village, I'm also a girl. I fought from a delinquent. I know that he'll never attack someone when there's a girl around. Can you imagine? They have this weird code of honor. A delinquent, you know. I thought... worried. Is he better than me? Taller? More handsome? Oh, I have to go. Don't look like those beauties from the magazine posters or the actresses from the movies. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamps, she looks much more alluring. Can you play anything? Damn. A random girl just like talked to him once and he's all into her. My parents bought me a guitar a couple of years ago. Oh, they're starting a band. I immediately remembered my meager attempts of making music. Change. We are all waiting for change. This song echoed thoughts in my desire to change something. This guitar got lost somewhere, as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. I think my parents gave it away to someone that needed it more. I don't, sadly. A pity. When will she go away? I. His shout was captured by the loud echo. Her shoes also echoed. Bye. I wasn't sure if she heard me. I looked out of the window. The yard was empty. Nobody who looked like Simeon with his cronies. This was giving me hope. What should I do? She could become my friend, the first one in this new place, and besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer, and I'll be here, her defender, her knight. And even though my inner voice was hesitant and whispered about running away from the killers lurking in the woods at night, Polina was worth the risk. But the red cunning fox was also intriguing. She promised me to help look for Wawa. More money will almost guarantee peace in my family. Gifts for Olya. He's not getting the money. I imagined my sister happy, like those girls who get prizes. She'll be dancing with the famous singers, maybe a new popular boys. What? What? Mom and Dad hugging, and then all of us going to Disneyland. I guess I have to get up. Snow danced in the air outside the window. I jumped out the windowsill and started walking along the hallway, curiosity eating away at me. The half an hour I'd spent here waiting crawled at snail's pace. I wanted to see Polina again. The music became louder, streamed out of the half-open door at the far end of the corridor. My music taste was limited to Lada of Shevchuk, the timeless classic, and pop songs I saw on TV, along with music videos that I would sometimes be put on tapes at teasers before a movie. But this violent melody captivated me. It felt like a master woodcutter working with delicate wood. I pressed my cheek against the doorway. Polina was hiding from me in the far end of the classroom, but a shadow that fell on the wall definitely belonged to a girl. The movements of her bow were so graceful that I felt like I was getting carried away with the waves of the music. My heart broke the barrier of my ribcage. Faster and faster jumped in snow piles, gliding between the pines toward the fiery sun above the windfall. Got tired of waiting? I was so deep in thought that I didn't hear the approaching footsteps. After bathing in music, Polina felt even more magical. Oh no, not really, I was thinking about my comic. For some unknown reason, I lied. You draw comics? Yeah, well, I want to draw one. Oh. And what will it be about? About the most charming and kind girl that plays violin who somehow happened to be in this house of horror. Oh, he's such a simp. About a fox. Oh, about chucking animals who help children to get lost to return home from the woods. And then they danced in the night. Wow. Interesting. Did you come up with it yourself? I lowered my gaze. I got inspiration from looking out of the window. I descended to the first floor. I opened the door in front of Polina. Dad told me how essential it is to be a gentleman. So you're an artist, huh? I had a hunch you were different. Special. Special. I'm joking. I'm absolutely average. Simeon is average. An average idiot. And you carry something like a fluffy inside. Something barked near my leg when we were crossing the schoolyard. Eek! Don't worry, just Julka. I stood on one knee and rubbed the barking dog behind the ear. It was frantically wagging its tail like it was some sort of propeller. I looked around the yard trying to find Elisa, but the fox girl was nowhere to be found, neither in the yard nor on the road. Well, she thought she was waiting, like, behind the school. Leave it be. It's a stray, you know. What if it has pests? No, this one has an owner, I think. Polina looked at the playful dog with disgust, covering her mouth with a handkerchief.
А у тебя никакой еды не
Do you have any food on you?
Кажется,
I think I have something left.
покормим и пойдем.
We'll feed it and go, right? She took out sandwich out of her bag, threw it to Julka. The little dog rushed to her banquet. Swept away the bread with her nose and started eating the bologna. What a picky eater. Come on, eat everything. She tugged my sleeve, egging me on. Hey, what's wrong? She replied with laughter. The violent girl had literally dragged me out of the school gate, stifling laughs into her first. What's going on? I turned around. The dog followed us with sad eyes as we were leaving. The dog looked especially lonely with the school at the backdrop. Then Paulina just stopped laughing. She walked alongside me with a blank stare, completely silent. Don't spread pests. Her remark turned out pretty harsh. Was it really the stray's fault she had to live in the street? They always attack people later. Well, that is actually a problem in Russia. It is still, especially in those villages. A bag of this almost killed my grandpa last winter. Oh, that's horrible. He's paralyzed now. Oh, now I see. He will never be able to walk again. I remember the scary pack of dogs that was chasing me just a while ago. I'm sorry. It's okay. Polina showed me another enchanting smile, her eyes half closed. What matters is that we understand each other now. I forgot about Julka after she said that. Some third graders were throwing snowballs at each other and singing. 3, 4, 5, they all will arrive. They all. Oh yeah, an image of my sister sitting near the window, bored, looking for me in the twilight, flashed before my eyes. I promised myself that I will go home as soon as I escort Polina. What is song the kids are singing? It's the second time we hear it today. We were walking down the main street. Somewhere near, a tractor was grumbling, clearing snowdrifts. Ravens flew across the village. A flock of blackbirds circled above us, like scary crosses that ran away from graves. The old one. It's just a local nursery rhyme. Grandpa used to sing it to me when I was little. He's very knowledgeable about local history and folklore. And what does the rhyme sound like? Listen. She started walking backwards, forcing me and smiling. 1, 2, time to play with you. 3, 4, 5, they all will arrive. 6, on the end, the bull's grey fur will stand. 7, 8, stomp your hooves on weight. For the fox and for the bear, bunny tasty meals prepare. I thought that already met a fox this morning. Thankfully, I hadn't met any wolves or bears. And I was looking at the girl by my side. I became strangely brave, so I said something unexpected. You have a beautiful voice. Polina adjusted her hair, slightly embarrassed. Thanks. And then at the end of the rhyme, did the bunny prepare those meals? Well, he is the meal. Bunny is the meal. Who knows? Nobody will be able to tell you now. It's really old. I'd even say ancient. There's a legend related to it. Want me to tell you? Oh no. All sorts of tribes had lived in the taiga back in the day. Grandpa told me they had this, some sort of rite when a boy was ready to become a man. I mean, I was also really close to that age myself. They would lead him into the woods where he needed to spend 3 days hunting. 3 days. There's a legend about a young man who went into the taiga and never returned. And then suddenly came back when they already stopped looking for him. He was covered in scratches, dirty, cold. It's the same backdrop. Why wouldn't they draw more art? I imagine sleeping among the pines and bear lyres. His family rushed to help him, but he just felt unconscious. They brought a shaman. He looked at the young man and his face became grim. He told him he was in bad shape. Bad shape. The young man convulsed until the morning, repeating the rhyme over and over. Over and over. 1, 2, time to play with you. And then the sun came out. He died. What a story. But the shaman said that he was already dead when he returned. Oh, he was a zombie. Okay, I froze in fear. Are you sure it's not some horror movie? Folklore can be way scarier than movies, believe me. Grandpa said that Kit's tribe just uprooted in a hurry and left to the south. They must be brave if they lived here. Polina kicked one of the snow piles with his small boot. Brave, but stupid. Did they need a corpse to appear from the forest for them to understand? Understand what? They didn't need to get out of here. There's a big world. And then there is our village. The world? She spread her arms wide. The village. She showed the distance that was almost invisible with her 2 fingers. I often imagine big cities. I can look at the globe for hours. Or the Round the World magazines from the library. They have such pretty names. Just listen. Reykjavik, Tel Aviv. Music to my ears. She started circling her eyes shut dreamingly. The forest towered before us, touching the low clouds. The road fell into the semi-dark between the trees. I could have conquered this stage, performing in front of thousands. Oh, she's the next Lindsay Stirling, isn't she? And I have stage fright. Oh, you'll get famous another way by drawing. We both have a future, but what about, say, Semyon? He might just get fatter, and he'll be selling pies made from dogs. Nothing funny about it. Poor dogs. We burst out laughing, exorcising worry from our minds with light-hearted fun. If somebody will ever trust him with selling pies. Oh, you're right. He can probably eat a whole lot of them in one go. Just wanna sit higher. Like I thought, the forest is less scary when you're not alone. I looked around. The snow was sparkling, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. My pulse fast from the thought that we were alone. Yes, you were right. Oh, when will this episode end already? Will I be a screamer right now or something? She rushed through the fabric. Don't fall behind. I never fall behind. You know, the way you speak. Like a hero from adventure book. She was complimenting or mocking me. I didn't want to look from the hidden meaning. Now when we're on such a wonderful walk. I mean, I like books. Well, reading man. Intriguing. A man, really? I got embarrassed and my cheeks turned beet red, but I still thanked fate for being able to wander around in the forest with Paulina like this. The girl suddenly stopped and started silently into the darkening thicket. As if waiting for something, I felt uneasy all of a sudden. And then she asked me in a cold voice, "Have you been there? In the deep woods?" She burst in laughing again, shattering my anxious thoughts. "No, in the big world. In cities with musical names. Does Moscow sound musical to you?"
кваканье лягушки.
To me, it sounds like the croaking of a frog. No, not really. You've been to Moscow? Yeah, when I was little. Her eyes started sparkling. What is it like? It's beautiful and noisy. Neon lights everywhere. Neon lights. It felt like she was savoring those words. Have you been to the Red Square? Of course.
Она такая выпуклая.
It's so bumpy. It is because it's filled with really ancient old bricks that you walk on.
И в ЦУМе был, и на ВДНХ.
I've been to Zoom and everything. I love the metro the most. It's the subway.
Там так пахнет.
It smelled like what? Well, yeah, that's true. The metro stations have like this special sound to them. You just have to know. You can't even like describe it, right? Like it's just if you know, you know. She ran up to me, grabbed me by the sleeve, and stared in my eyes with clear interest. I can't describe it. Can you enjoy it? What a smell! Great musicians can play smells. You're lying. I'll give you the cassettes later. She started twirling in the falling snow again. I'll definitely go to Moscow. But first, Vienna. It's my dream. The capital of music. Mozart, Beethoven, Strauss. The orchestra. The opera. I'll be performing a new drawing. Sounds like a plan. Her enthusiasm spread to me. I wanted to do something right this moment. Where do you want to go? Well, I wonder if she will be killed or like will disappear further on. Because he's getting really attached to her. And she's becoming a key character, kind of. So he wants to go to Disneyland. I remember the Finest Hours show again. All I preferred Call of the Jungle, but I always spent my Mondays in front of the TV. Colorful tables with numbers and signs, and charming host at the wheel. I don't know who that is, and the prizes. Chocolate eggs, video equipment, and the most exciting one, a trip to Disneyland for the winner. My parents promised to take me there, to the land of mouse, and I believed them at first. Well, maybe they also believed it back then. Now they just reply with silence every time I ask about it, and it saddens me to no end. I have just three words on my mind in those moments. But you promised. Belina had seemingly read my mind. Getting there is easier than we think. Everybody has the power to mold their fate. She picked up 2 handfuls of snow, and then, as if she forgot about everything, showed me a sly smile. Want to make a snowman? Sure. When I get back home, I'll make a snowman for Olya too. She'll be so happy. But for now... Damn, what animated this? We were almost done with the first ball, rolling it shoulder to shoulder. That looks like a date. And also, don't they look like Harry Potter parents? What do you think? They really do, right? They give off those Harry Potter parents vibes. She was laughing. Locks of her hair fell on her lively face. She was so cute when she blew them away. Haha. Why is your ball so small? It will only work as a head. Make it bigger. Don't be lazy. I couldn't remember the last time I had so much fun. She swept her own crimson lips. Do you ever wish to go to another planet? Something flashed in her eyes when she said that. I couldn't really put my finger on what it was. Another universe, even. She sighed in what felt like relief. Then she'd understand. Our palms glided across the ball of snow, straightening up any bumps it had. An almost ideal white ball rose up in the middle of the clearing. Then another one popped up. We lifted it up from two sides and placed on the other one that served as a foundation. It's so ugly. Polina helped the third ball to get on top of the other two.
Ставить голову на место.
Getting the head to the right place is what I do best. Do you by any chance have a carrot? Hola. There was no fear, no worrying. I became more daring, ran toward the thicket to crack a couple of branches. I pulled at the intervening windfall, but Polina's voice suddenly awakened me from my delusion. Anton, someone is standing there. I turned around, puzzled. She was looking at me. No, it's something behind my back. She stared at it, her brows furrowed. Not a single trace was left of the cheerful atmosphere we had a moment ago. Polina. She slowly raised her hand and pointed at the darkness that was approaching the trees in the distance.
Впереди кто-то
Someone is standing there.
темное, сгорбленное
A crooked silhouette, see?
ручищами.
Rubbing the pine with their huge hands. Rubbing the pine standing behind the tree? Doesn't that sound kinda weird? Kinda twisted. I turned around, directing my eyes where she was pointing to. The area around the dry raspberry bushes was empty. There's nothing.
Оно спрятано.
It hid behind the tree. The collar of my coat felt suffocating. I pulled on it instinctively. I felt a spasm in my stomach. I smiled weakly and asked, hoping for a good answer, "Is this a prank?" She seemingly lost all her words. She just continued staring deep into the endless forest. Bravery check. I thought so. I stepped over the glossy black trunk, Polina's gaze pushing me in the back. I was trying to muster my courage, but my inner voice was telling me to stop, to curl into a ball, to play dead even, anything but go there, into the withering darkness. The twilight was sucking me in, limiting my vision. The clearing was a deep well, its walls prohibiting the sunlight from reaching its bottom. I felt the air ring, or was it ringing in my ears? What's happening? One step. 2 steps. There will be a screamer. I'm sure of it. I bit my lip to stop myself from screaming. If anything happens, there was nobody behind the pine. I sighed and turned back to Polina.
Здесь никого.
There's nobody. No screamers. Oh, that's even worse. From the darkness behind the pines, just like caveman from their cave, appeared smirking Simeon with a bunch of his chronicle. Simeon is such a dumb name though, right? It's almost like salmon.
Опачки, какая встреча!
Who do we have here? He looks a little bit like Cartman, right? And they're like 4th graders, which makes them perfectly South Park-ish. Check out this 4-eyes freak. Pauline let out a shriek when the bastards showed her away from me. They surrounded me like a carnival sprite, making me step back. They will break it. Simeon heavenly leg blasters through the snowman's belly. That's sad. The balls were all clumped, became a mushy mess, with just a single broken branch poking out. Polina gasped angrily. I also felt the torch of curdling hatred. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I'd licked a battery.
Не бойся.
Polina, don't be scared. I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary. Why would she be scared? Worry about yourself. The fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against a tree. Well, pissed your pants? I heard Polina's angry voice from behind. Stay away from him! It would have been better if Polina wasn't around. I wish she wouldn't see me in such a shameful position. Look at this, guys. A girl is defending him. So, what a fucking wimp. Well, you fucked with the wrong guy, transfer student. That is definitely not what they said in Russian, though. Simon was moving toward me, reading his fist. At that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. Seems like Baburin wasn't the leader of his gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy, who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. They decided against hitting me. They probably wanted to humiliate me in front of the girl first. Damn it. Hey, faggot junior. What? And who's that? Another of your girlfriends? He has a fucking harem, eh? On that I noticed Julka beside my legs, trembling from the cold. Snow plastered all over its fur. Oh, it's so sad. I don't want them to hurt a dog. That would be horrible. It probably ran all the way from the schoolyard, searching for our smell. The delinquent scattered in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand. Oh my. Come here, you fly-ridden bitch. The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up, and she started carefully moving closer. Come here, I've got something for you. No. The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it flew into the nearest snow pile, squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing, and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on tree branches let out frightened coughs. This is horrible. Then I noticed something strange. Polina could hardly keep herself from smiling. Is this a prank? Does she really hate dogs so much? That was skinny guy didn't use her? After locking eyes with me, she changed her jubilant smirk to a thoughtful grimace. Why isn't she running away? At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Or were that just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind? Romka, it wouldn't be able to shit after this. Let me kick the fucking thing one more time. 2 negatives will make a positive. But the stray was already nowhere to be seen. What are you, an idiot? Go and show the Four Eyes his place. In a way he'll understand. Yeah, he fucking owes you. The wimp backed Yar in front of the whole class. He brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face. In a moment, I'll hit you faggot face so hard it'll leave a mark on the rest of your life. Where did all of my inner strength and bravery go? Stop! A wheezy whisper left my lips and my head tilted forward, hitting Semyon's first. Red sparks flew from his eyes. They're going to gang up on me and beat me up. Tell them to stop. Sorry, but the boys need to sort this out, man to man. And you just stand aside and watch. Give me a hand. Semyon gave me a rough push toward the bastards with his slanting eyes, and he tripped me. I fell into sharp crust of ice, and the fat who stepped on my hand prevented me from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat. Did you hear him whimper? Is he actually fat or something? I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. They're horrible. The pain was growing. My ear was hot and pulsating pain was shooting through it, like it was cut off, and a ball of metal was sewn in its place. Why so silent? Come on, tell us. At this moment I felt pure, unbridled rage, the amalgamation of my anger. Like the sprouts ink, it rose up from the depth of my mind, filling up my thoughts. Morans, did you know that my dad is also Semyon burst out laughing. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were lapping inside me like mad dogs. He knows I got this, and he's so bad. He'll kill the likes of you with his eyes closed. One word from me and he'll... Romka lifted up his arm, stopping my torrent of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Semyon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. Did he believe me? Or was he confused by my face twisted with rage? I bet you say. My dad also fought in the war. In Afghan. In yours? Mine too. Oh really? And what force did he serve in? I stumbled. Fear chomped at my rage's throat and made it bleed. He's full of shit. Sure as fuck. Did you think I'm so easy to trick? I can see through all your lies. There was a nasty smile on his face. He didn't bode well for me. Well, you've asked for this. A teacher saved you at school, but here... You fucked. That's right. Pray that they find your dead body come spring. If only you stayed silent. Would have lost a hair. Hitting Fatso is one thing. Give him a good pounding, Syama. The delinquents closed in on me again, and I ended up in front of Semyon. Blood was pumping in my temples. Please tell them. You've proved your point. Let us go. You can go anytime, and we'll take out the trash in the meantime. What bugged me at that moment wasn't even the humiliating attitude from Roma, but other how sweet Polina has addressed him. The delinquents were pushing the girl toward the pines. Oh, what if he's like her brother? Branches were swaying back and forth, as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thoughts that looked silly, and took a boxing stance I often saw in the movies. What are you, fucking Mike Tyson? This was my first ever fight. I'll remember it for the rest of my life, if I don't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noted the darkness wreath again. As if someone was walking back and forth there, I sensed Roma's claws grab my backpack. Give me a shit. It'll get in the way. I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard, but then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with one smooth motion, spun it as if showing off, and put the blade to my neck. I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. He pulled with the Roma pulled with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands. Paulina shrieked. Roma winked at her, as if saying, "Don't worry, I've got this." Calm and relaxed. And inside a smile on his face, he looked into my backpack. "What are you hiding? Something? Some rat stole my school shoes. And what's this?" Roma gave me a dubious smile. "That is horrible. What do we have there?" My text and notebooks fell in snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like a mask. Roma lifted it high, as if showing to someone else, to someone in the treetops, in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there? Simon laughed. "It's way past New Year's." "Oh, are you really a loony?" "It's not mine." "How come it's not? It was in your backpack." Roman was watching this thing unfold with an evil smile on his face. "Savages! Is this the first time you see a mask?" "As she did this? Yeah." "You know what? Put it on." "Why?" "'Cause I'm telling you. You'll hop like a bunny for us." "Yeah. Or we'll leave you pantless." "Not when Paulina is here." "I won't." "Selma, put it on him." The other guy rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffonish bow. Then he passed it to Simon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that wreathed around us would take pity on me and just take my side. Branches looked like arms, twisted at unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin, and the darkness was the smoke they produced. "I can't run. I won't get away. They'll catch me. And then? No, I won't run. I won't abandon Paulina. Let me warn you. If he won't hop, you'll take his place. This piece of shit won't? Just look at him. He's a total loony. This loony had already smacked you in the face." "Roma is right. Come on, Fatso, assert your fucking dominance. I will make you hop so hard your pig teeth will fall off." They really hated each other. He must indeed be scared. Simon swore silently and glared first at me, then at Paulina. "Here. It'll fit better this way." He hurled a huge ball of speed on the inside of plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. His spit looked like a squashed spider. Ronka's face twisted. He spammed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Simon something, but then he suddenly stopped. Paulina covered her face with her hands in terror. Simon was still close by, with a disgusting smirk on his face, and a terrible smell coming from his mouth. Put it on, fast, or you're dead. The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet, despite everything, it felt like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin if only I was to put it on. If only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. Wow, that's horrible and disgusting. I just need to put it on, and Simeon and his friends will be gone. That's not true. Tell to fuck off or put on. What are you talking about, put on? I will tell them to fuck the fuck off. For some reason, Romka's disappointment with Simeon made me feel brave. Something was wrong in their crew, some old disagreement. I should cut this old wound open. You know what? My own voice, smooth and determined, was a huge surprise. I stepped forward and calmly proclaimed, "Fuck off." It felt like the whole world was paused for a second and then unpaused right away. Simeon's pupils widened, the mask fell off his meaty hands. He took about to process my words, looking stunned, as if he was trying to solve a difficult math problem. But the answer he got made him mad, judging by the bulging veins on his forehead. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for their inevitable payback. I noticed Polina's face stretch in horror. You? You dead. This is anime. He lunged at me like a hawk and clawed at my face with his twisted fingers with gnarled fingernails. I threw a kick toward the layer of fat under the coat. Yes, get him. She's terrifying. At the same moment, the world became fuzzy. The black trees and the faces of my classmates all blurred. My glasses. What? Can't see anything without them? He threw up his hand that was holding my glasses toward the sky, so I couldn't get top them. Give them back. Give it back, right? Oh no. I was interrupted by a leaden first with a sharp signet that hit me in the brow, producing a cracking sound, throwing me to the frozen earth. A circle of blurry faces down from disgusting laughter was mocking me, making me want to puke. And as soon as I was almost able to catch my breath, a blurry figure rushed toward me. But instead of a new hit, I was offered an outreached hand. I immediately grabbed it, hoping it was Polina, but I soon realized how wrong I was after I felt the sting of dry blisters on the palm. It was Roma. He helped me stand up. Can't see anything, for real. His voice sounded compassionate, which surprised me. I squinted, trying to find Polina in the fog before my eyes. She was gathering my thighs and putting them back in my school bag. All my things. Okay. This gets a whole different meaning. And what about your hearing? Huh? He leaned in close and asked with a voice that was way less friendly. Can you hear me fine? Yes. I blinked in bewilderment. Then listened closely. He brushed off my coat and then hit me in the jaw with all his might. My jaw clicked. If my tongue was between my teeth at that moment, I wouldn't only be blind, but I would also talk worse than the other guy. I staggered. The world around me spun like a packed up again. Roma held me by the elbow, preventing me from falling over. Basha locked her in his arms, preventing her from running to my side. Consider this a warning. If I ever see you anywhere near Polina, even a minute closed, I won't let it slide. Got it. His first landed on my temple. His fist, the world turned upside down. It felt like I was falling into the sky the color of decaying meat. I grabbed the roots to stop myself from tumbling more. My consciousness was drifting on top of the abyss, gliding to its depths like a deflated balloon. I tried to get up. A blurry silhouette that probably belonged to Polina was fighting back, but two others held her by the pants and dragged her away. "We'll take you home, don't be scared." Who knows what kind of psychos roam this forest? Natasha was here should rest for a bit. Ronka's boot met with my face. I guess it is the end for him now. My hand got twisted, the back of my head hit the ice. The darkness jumped out, took a stance, just to devour me. Simone slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. I turned around, dug my nose into the bed sheets, forced my eyes open with great difficulty. Paintings on the walls, books, a pile of comic magazines. I felt up my chin, afraid that it will respond with sharp pain. My fingers slid across my face to my temples. No bumps, no pain. I sat up, blinking in surprise, fixed my glasses, studied my hands, clean, without any mud under the nails. My school bag was reclined against the table. I heard bits and pieces of a conversation through the door. I was at home, in my bedroom. Did I get here myself? And what about the glasses? I decided to leave that question for later and look in the window. The forest had many secrets, and it wasn't in any hurry to reveal them to me. The clock on the nightstand showed 10 a.m. The sun was already above the field, but it didn't bring any warmth. The thicket moaned from its cracking bones. But seriously though, when will this episode end? This is like a dream, right? I went out into the hallway and the conversation became clearer. Laughter. I haven't heard Mom laugh in so long. In the silent house, among the sneaking shadows, such an ordinary but dear laughter. I sneaked through the ladder to the lower floor, as if afraid to spoil that moment, and then asked him, "Do you have any comics? I want to buy some for my bunny." And he goes, "Your rabbit reads comics." Mom burst out laughing. Ollie followed suit. "Well, yeah, tell him my bunny is well trained." "Gosh, you're the best. Did you doubt me?" Not even for a second. Mom and Dad sitting in the tree. When I entered the kitchen, Mom was kissing Dad on the forehead and he was gently stroking his shoulder. His parents are looking so weird. Anna sat between our parents, armed with a fork. The polka-dotted cooking pot emanated a pleasant aroma with the lid was on. Here he is. "Hey there, sleepyhead. Took after your father in that." The white canvas on the frosted window behind Mom's back made it look like she was on someone's painting. "Come on, sit down, take a load off your feet. Breakfast is the most important thing for any health person." I sat down, a charming smile on my lips. Ollie winked at me and the lamp on the table flickered in unison with her. "You look so sleepy." "What can you do? He's our child. It's already late to hand him over to an orphanage." Dad let out a dry laugh to show he was joking. Mom slapped him on the shoulder. "I'm so hungry. Do you think you're the only person who's dripping saliva over here?" "Big bro, will you eat like this?" "How?" I cut the sparkling glazes on my parents and myself. If I had a camera at that moment, I wouldn't have taken a snap so I could always look at those smiles on a photograph. I wanted this beautiful moment to last forever. How do you think is he like standing naked over there? The light bulb went out and then came back. The window glass shattered slightly. "Take the mask off. It'll get the way of eating." "What mask?" A silly smile got stuck on my face. Dad showed me his sturdy white teeth that looked like piano keys. "Come on, take it off, Bunny." I slid my hand across my cheek, let out a laugh. What do you mean? The whole family was laughing now, pointing their fingers at me and slapping their knees and the tablecloth. Dad wiped his wet eyes with his knuckles. Good job making us laugh. Now take off your mask. I touched my face again, my skin went numb.
Но на мне нет маски.
But I'm not wearing a mask. Mom fidgeted on her chair. She tilted her head and squinted. The canvas behind her back turned gray and kept getting darker with every passing moment. I can't wait anymore. Take off the mask, stop fooling around. His voice was kind but firm. He's scaring me. Chair legs scraped against the floorboards. Ollie moved away from me. He wasn't smiling anymore. Actually, there wasn't a single smile left in the room, if you don't count the cracks in the walls. What have you done? You made your sister cry. But... oh my god. Mom slammed the fist on the table.
Сын называется.
What disgrace of a son. We were all having fun and then he came around and ruined everything. Splashes of saliva flew at me. I turned to Dad, begging him to explain. Sticky syrup tricked down Dad's beard, falling off his shirt. His eyes were looking in different directions. No wonder. There was a loud sound in the attic. The house was alive. Every room had someone rustling, moving around, breathing in it. The light bulb started flickering. The faces of my parents disappeared into the darkness. Outside, a tall shadow walked past the window. I was about to jump and run away. I was just an onlooker. The lights went out. I spent 3 heartbeats in complete darkness. Then the bulb flashed with blinding light. 3 masks were looking at me with their gaping eyes. A fox woman, where my mom was just a moment ago. A wolf man at the head of the table. And a bunny girl. I couldn't even ask why they put on these strange and scary animal faces, and why the fur on them was moving, as if there's something writhing inside the mask, making the papier-mâché bulge. My tongue didn't listen to the commands my brain sent to it. I could only shift my gaze between the masks, watching the long twisted shadows behind the backs of my family.
Кушать подано.
She tore off the lid from the pot. Well. I just want to take this scene away. Eat. I screamed. I jumped up. My jaw was burning. The kitchen, the beasts, the animal masks, and the dead head, everything just disappeared. Everything but the goddamn mask was just haunting me. I tore off the bunny face that had already stuck to my face, threw it into the darkness, and realized that I wore up next to the climbed snowman in the forest. Covered in snow and coniferous needles, without my glasses, and with a smashed face. So blacked out. Horrible. Pulsating pain seemed like a gift compared to the horrors I just witnessed. I stood up, spitting out blood. The forest seemed like a prison that was keeping me with its wooden bars. I didn't know how long I was out. My limbs were numb from the cold, my pants were soaking wet. Well, his parents didn't even go looking for him. I stood alone in a ring of towering trunks, not being able to see anything. Everything around me moved, trembled, my ears went numb. The treetops melted into the darkness. The bushes became empty cells. I heard a scream somewhere far away. Anton. Oh, so they are looking for him. Someone was looking for me. That boy who went missing. Tears stung my eyes. A big drop fell from my lashes. Anton. The scream was closer now. I'm here. The light hit my face. I covered it up with my hand, flashing racely down. There you are. Are you out of your mind? What is it all about? Is he crazy like his son is bad up, bleeding? My dad walked out from the shadows. I went toward him, hoping that he won't melt, that he's not another trick that my insane mind played. He turned out to be real, warm and alive. Got your tongue? I met a girl from my class on the road. She said, branches cracked in the distance. I pressed myself into father's chest and spoke in a tone of voice that was much more nervous. Okay, let's go out up there. If your mother leans out, she'll be so mad at us. I reached out for my father, still feeling the chilly embrace of fear. I grabbed his firm hand, felt his quick pulse with my fingertips. Then stood up and walked along behind my father, back to civilization. Another word about this at home. Don't even hint at where I found you. Alright. He was holding my hand as if it was the most precious thing in the world. I nodded and moved my legs. Only when we got to the car Dad noticed my scratches. Somebody hurt you. I felt up my cheek. I got into a fight. Over what? A girl. Dad replied with a thoughtful nod. I heard the low horn hum of the engine. My dad wore a fearful expression. His fear was noble, like crystal clear diamond. He opened the grey glove box and got some napkins out of there. Fighting for the girl you like is right. Yes, normally, but you try to resolve things with words. It's just, sometimes words don't work. Dad flashed an encouraging smile. Oh, I just can't read it anymore. He was carrying the gun around. My dad, a true intellectual, had a pistol with him, like an action movie hero. My dad, a true intellectual. Or like ordinary thug, some voice whispered to me. Okay. The car carried my back home. I was thinking about the gun, about my dreams, about everything. It is the end. And the white snowflake just kept dancing in the starry sky. Look what the cat dragged in. Mama's going down the stairs. Her face showed something between wrath and condescension. Suddenly her gaze shifted to me and stayed for a dangerously long time. What this? Where are your glasses? This dummy probably just forgot them at school. A venomous pause followed. He's your son, alright. Dad glared at Mom and then mischievously winked at me, reminding me of our deal. Well, we have spare glasses, so we'll manage somehow. My parents stood in silence a bit longer, and then both of them went to mind their own business. Ola threw herself into my arms before I could even take off my coat. I saw a fox! Surprised as keen as shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces. With a loud thing, my mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes was glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment. First it was an owl, now it's a fox. Will you ever get tired of this? But it's true. She was so fluffy. She stood on the back legs near the hedge, just like a person. Fox called my name, but then Mom called and she fled. There was no fox. Stop making things up. Don't go near her. If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister as if she was a doll made of cloth. What's wrong?
Не подходи, слышишь?
Don't go near me. Don't go. Do you hear me? Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated. A fox will bite you. I remembered fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined Elisa liberated, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands. It wasn't a real fox. Tell him. She stood on two legs and she wore a dress. And she was real. See? Mom showed up a tired smile as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap right before it dissolved completely on your palm. But then I was left alone with my sister. I whispered, "If you see her again, run." Memories about my family in disgusting masks attacked. The furry faces of his furry family. Okay, what's happening? This bunny mask was real. I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth. Please stop driving me mad. Please, driving. I barely managed to force myself to do homework. Numbers on my notebook tumbled around and mixed in a rolling dance. My head became heavy from the pandemonium, and I almost dropped it into the chain of numbers. My eyelids felt like they were tiny weights. While he's fallen asleep. And right at that moment I surrendered and closed my notebook. The memories of my day started flashing before my eyes. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. Okay, he's like remembering everything. She got on her tiptoes. Can I ask you something? Why did you get transferred here? I might have told the truth about this to Paulina, but Katya will sell it on the market for 3 cents. This is an analog of cent. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Bob's picture. So I reverted to an answer I knew by heart. It's all because of my parents. Dad has a new job. But Katya didn't even listen to me. Yeah, right. He takes us all as fools. I've heard it's because of his father. He crossed the road of some big shot. That's not true. Did you hear how Baburin beat him up? And all he could do was look all pathetic. Stop it. There are rumors that this weirdo carries a bunny mask with him. Who in their right mind would do something like that? I see. You must be truly special. Maybe that's not... what if he's a serial killer? I'm sure you'll be able to find an axe in his backpack if you look hard enough. Yeah. Shut up. Look at him scream as if something beat him. His pupils, look at how wide they are. I hope he won't go insane and resort to violence again. I mean, there must be a reason his mom always feeds him those pills. I just stood there in confusion. Yes, that's right. He's as insane as his little sister. Can you imagine she says a human-sized doll visits her every night? Well, this is totally made up and he's like... Well, they can't know this, right? So he's just thinking about it. How can it be? Are you really unwell? Please stop, yeah, right. Oh, they're telling about him being a complete liar that made up his whole personality. Oh, you're so weak. Paulina's crying. She's like, how can it be? Why? Get a pulse of her, monster, rages building up. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lips creep up, showing my teeth.
То, что твой отец бьет мать, еще не дает тебе права поднимать руку на девушку.
The fact that your father beats up your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls. My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I already lunged at the angry Karya. He went nuts. Help! He went completely insane. At that moment, the crowd around became louder and growing. The subtle silhouettes of my schoolmates became larger, toned in a giant black forest chock full of toothy faces. Shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear. So you've finally shown your animal nature. Covered. Kari's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy. Why? Why did you do this to me? He's just an animal, an outsider. Okay, he's like a bunny. Scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended somewhere from above. I dug myself into them. Anton, please, wake up! I jumped up, almost falling out of bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours. Ola screamed, pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear. Please, wake up! It took my eyes a while to focus. Ola's voice was distant. Sounds got distorted. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase. They all, please, I'm scared. Her tears poured out my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, the scared Olia would have woken me up. Wait a second. Want me to read some for you? Give me. I placed my bare heels on the cold floor. Felt around for my glasses. Remember Semyon, his underhanded act, and sighed. Please, please, look! She couldn't tear her eyes off the window as if it was a staring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp poured bright light all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it further the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward. Olia, what there? What happened? Do you want me to open the curtains? No, don't. The owl there. The voice was coming from behind. I turned around and froze from terror. Teary-eyed Ola stood in the doorway. Who are you talking to right now? She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around his shoulders. I was talking to you, to someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my window creaked. What? And the thing that pretended to be Ola started spreading, changing shape. Anton, please, come closer. The voice didn't belong to my sister. The thing that was hiding behind my curtains got tired of pretending. I pinched myself as hard as I could. The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard all this shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. Knock, knock. It came to get us. Knock, knock. The sound was sharp. The lamp started slimmering, and it suddenly lighted the hall and went out like a candle under a strong wind. Darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe, moonlight Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. And then an eye, burning with a carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. Knock, knock, knock. No, it wasn't trying to break the window. It was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant knock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss. She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. Come closer! I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot. Tell her! Tell her that I won't be a bad girl anymore. Never. I just wanted to leave. Please. The moonlight suddenly disappeared and the room descended into darkness. I swallowed the stinging lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped over the curtain entraced by the call of this disfigured guest. All was standing behind me, mumbling, "I'll be good, I'll be good." The bleak window was creeping closer. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. At that moment, I heard a noise coming from Parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to the side. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge among the shattered feathers. My glasses. The one that Simeon took from me. How did they get there? That was a gift from the gurgling night? Did it all really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing, at the toothy forest. Not a soul, not a trace of our late-night guest. Only old lamppost streaming like a lone watchman along the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and the strips of glued newspapers. I opened the window with a big trouble. Frost pinned me with its little needles. The painting on my walls moved from the draught. I touched my glasses. Surely they would melt in my hands. But they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. But there were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless breathing? What? Why aren't you in bed? I swayed from surprise and almost fell out of the window. Out of your mind? Did it feel hot in here? Do you want to get you cold? They're all but there. Tasha chased it away. Go to your room immediately and get in your bed. And you... Mom paused, directing her seeing eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. At the end, she just waved her hand, took Olia by the shoulder and left, throwing gloomy words my way. We'll talk tomorrow. I managed to get in the frame back in place with a couple of hits pressed on the ledges, with the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. Just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. The night I was on the edge of joining him there. And black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student hats. And it wasn't Wova. His face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Simeon. His photo was printed out and placed under the glass, like an exhibition piece. What? He disappeared too? Okay. So here we go. Finally, this was the end of the second episode. How do we save? We have to save, right? Okay. Okay, alright. So, finally. Finally. I'm just like... I haven't been talking this much in so long, so my throat is just dying. But also this was kind of a good practice of like the language and stuff, and I hope I'm getting a little bit better in reading. Also, if you will hear some noises, don't be surprised. There are my friends playing Apex in the other room, because we're going for a walk later. Okay. Is the level of sound okay? I don't know, I like the atmosphere of this game and yara yara. But some parts of it are so damn annoying. I just can't. Yeah, so today we're on the third episode. As I said before, there are like planned to be 5 episodes of this game, but it is a small indie game that proceeds on donations, and they're like collecting money at this very moment to do episode 4 and 5, and you can contribute into all of this process. So yeah, if you're interested, just go look into it. Okay, so what's happening? There was this guy who is now missing, and everyone hated him, like really hated him. Held the whole school in fear. I'm the only colorful spot right now. You think he did it? I've heard he's a weirdo. I hurriedly rubbed my glasses. The glasses! Oh, do you hear the voices from the game? Or are they too loud? Okay. So, Simeon was clutching them in his fist while I was getting beaten up. And in just a couple of hours, this lost item was lying on the ledge of my window. It was hard to imagine that someone suddenly got guilty. Conscience? What was it supposed to be? Coincidence? I don't know. And returned my glasses in such a strange way. I don't know every English word, okay? I'm not a native. That's okay. I was shocked, but kept walking toward the classroom, accompanied by nasty whispers all around me. That photo still stood before my eyes. Simon has gone missing. Simon is gone. His fat fingers will never get to my throat. His silent ring won't smash into my chin. He'll never humiliate me again. Wasn't that what I wished for? Or, on the other hand, did I really wish Simeon to become a Marquis stain on the notice board? He was still someone's son or grandson, and he went through the same struggles as me. I'm so sorry. Just some business. Okay. Did I really wish for my unseen companion to dispatch him in such a brutal fashion? I didn't know the answer, or I was just scared of it. Nonetheless, school still had something nice about it. Paulina, the girl with the violin, was like a mountain spring, like well water that you gulp down, pressing your lips against the sink out the rim of the bucket and can't ever get enough. She's got some threatening, weird aura around her too, so... Remembering our walk yesterday cooled off my head. Paulina's hatred towards dogs. See? While understandable, was still alarming. Could a charming girl like her really be nesting something so repulsive inside her heart? I immediately remembered my dad's shady past that recently resurfaced. A person I idolized was the reason for us moving to this bleak countryside. At least he was, according to my mom's screams that we were coming from the other side of the wall. Still, Paulina tried to defend me from a delinquent gang, even if she failed at it. She was pleading for Roma to keep me alone and gathered my belongings that were strewn around the forest while fighting tears. And when those bastards tried to drag her away, she resisted with all the might she had in her fragile body. At the end, she was the one to find my house. Oh, he thinks she did it. I think that's not who did it. Lost among the taiga and told my dad that I lied there alone in the dark, abandoned in the middle of the forest after the beating. Maybe I'm being too harsh on her. What if I make her one of the characters in the story I'll draw? The protagonist will save her from terrifying monsters. Do you see the guys in the back with these hairstyles? We did have guys in our school who wore this exact haircut. It was so bad, so bad. Okay, back to it. As soon as I thought of monsters, a bunch of my classmates slid down the rail, smirking like the xenomorphs from the Alien. I immediately felt larva fear wreaths in my stomach. I didn't want to cross paths with Roma and Piasha after what happened yesterday, especially since Simon suddenly went missing. Belina seemed eager to talk to me, but her expression soared after noticing their aforementioned duo. And she walked past, leaving me a single sorry look. I entered the classroom and went toward the last row. All of the chatter suddenly died down, so I walked there in complete silence. It felt like my classmates pushed and poked me with their stares. They carefully observed me, my every move. They looked at me with a mortified mix of pity, ridicule, and derision, like a scientist like a scientist looks at an ugly representative of a newfound species of worms. I have seen scientists and they look with excitement on every species they found. So this is... that's a lie. I stared at the desk with a huge pile of library textbooks on top, my fists clenched. I'm so sorry. I'm just thinking about internet issues all the time now and I can't get focused at all. Even though I really like the story and I do find it like really educating even for me because I'm learning English basically through reading this. Just hard to focus. It felt like I was the one who disappeared in the snowy forest, and my desk was finally used for something worthwhile. Simon's empty chair stood in front of me, the chair that once belonged Wawa was gathering dust somewhere in another classroom. I should sit down? After a moment of hesitation, I sat down at Baburin's desk, the place where I was supposed to be assigned by Lilia Pavlovna at first. The chatter resumed as if someone just unpaused the movie.
Бабушка Бабурина такой кипиш
Baburin's grandma made such a fuss when he didn't return home.
сначала в школу прибежала, потом ментов вызвала.
First she ran to the school, then called the cops. Yeah. Katia snuck a cunning glance at me, then leaned to her neighbor and whispered something. Girls from the second row also leaned in. She shared something with them too, whispers, nods. I kept catching her stare on myself. Her neighbors stared too. The whole class was watching me. It was like they felt the need to watch me because they were searching for traces of blood on my fingers. I wanted to defend myself and shout, "Guys, listen, I'm innocent." The delinquents turned around and stared at me in silence. They're so funny. Their looks were dripping with... What? Oh. What did I do to them? Their friend went missing and they're still focused on me. Suddenly, I noticed Biasha drilling a hole in my nose with his eyes. It felt like he was about to point his finger at me and shout at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, look, Baburin snatched his glasses yesterday, and now he has them back. Murderer." But he remained silent, as if there was nothing special at all about my glasses. What if he just has several pairs of them at home? My sister was wearing glasses once, and she had 3 complete absolute similar pairs of glasses, because you can break them, you can lose them, and what shall you do? So it's that's not weird to me. I may be going mad, but I think Biasha knows something. He knows something, but he won't tell me what. Roma gave me a meaningful glance, as if reminding me of his promise. My aching temple reminded me of it. I needed to stay away from Polina. As if looking for protection, I clutched the ruler until my hand hurt.
Не надо быть Коломбо, чтобы
You don't have to be Colombo to solve this. Do you remember Detective Colombo series?
кто на Бабурина зуб имел.
Who held the grudge against Baburin?
Вчера
Who hit him yesterday, bullied him, and then... The metal ruler fell out of my weak fingers. He was holding a ruler? Why? What? It hit the floor with a jiggle, and that made other kids shudder. Kari beat her tongue and squealed nervously. Chairs scraped against the floor. My classmates moved away from me, closer to exist, toward the teacher's desk. I was not the only one to catch wind of that change. Romka and Biasha looked around and winced in contempt. Too bad that they weren't afraid of me like everybody else.
Ну прикуси.
Shut it.
Бабурин, небось,
I bet you Baburin just got a whipping from his old hag and ran off.
скоро найдется.
They'll find him soon.
найдется.
They'll find him alright
Во овраге со вспоротым
in a ravine with his stomach cut open. I gulped. I imagined someone in a snowy blanket, his face white like a fish belly, split down on the middle by the crevice of his mouth, snowflakes falling on his glassy eyes and filling up his throat. See? I could almost hear his condensing tone. It's all your fault. But why was Simeon the only one get his just deserts for bullying me? Weren't all of them supposed to disappear? Romka, Biasha, Katya, along with every laughing onlooker. Of course, Simeon did me a favor by disappearing. Thanks to him, my classmates now stared at me in awe. But that was only one side of the coin. What if I'll have to repay that favor soon? The door creaked. Polina entered the classroom. I straightened up in a hurry so she wouldn't see me looking like a scared creature. Polina found me with her eyes, gave me a short nod, and went to her seat. Katya rushed to her neighbors again, like a lab rat that saw a treat, and started whispering, switching her gaze between me and Polina. Messages on pieces of paper started jumping around the classroom. But how does she know everything? That is also so strange. Oh, the ringer's trills announced the start of the class. Alright, stop messing around, class. Stand up. You too. Lydia Pavlovna went to her desk, followed by a policeman in a uniform. It was a man that visited us just recently, tall, and his stare so sharp you could get caught on it. This musical accompaniment. Hello there, kids. Hi. Now they said like a very formal hello, it wasn't just hi. You can sit down, kids. This is Senior Lieutenant Konstantin. He's going to ask you a couple of questions and give you a small PSA. The class livened up. Talking to a policeman was way better than studying. I, on the other hand, was ready to sit through hundreds of hours of Russian literature just to escape the lieutenant's oppressive stare. Oh, those sounds, so loud, right? His brown eyes felt around the classroom looking for me. Hair stood on the back of my neck, and an icicle had locked on my gut. Okay. Is it true that Baburin got killed by a serial killer? Hush! Let the adults ask questions here. We're all scared. Maybe the killer is somewhere close. Maybe they're even sitting among us. Her sly stare was directed at me. Tikhonov stepped in between the rows of desks and started walking at an excruciatingly slow pace, brushing his fingers against the chairs he passed by. Some of the students almost broke their necks following his movements. That's how a crowd of commoners would gleefully anticipate a public execution in the Middle Ages. And he just walked, getting closer and closer to me. I gritted my teeth to stop myself from screaming. Calm down, breathe. You didn't kill or kidnap anyone. He already knew the answer to his question, but the policeman still asked in a stern voice. Well, he's just like, where is it? Right? Okay.
Petrov Anton?
Anton Petrov, yes. Stand up. It's a stand up. My muscles turned to stone. I got up, unglued myself from the chair. I felt like I could hear all my joints creak in the process. I only wish that Polina wouldn't turn around and see the grimace of horror on my face. He does look like Draco Malfoy. Oh, it's like another universe, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy's son. Right? Okay, moving on. If only I could be somewhere far away in the forest, digging myself into a snow pile, rolling up into a ball there. The officer stared at me as if he was about to lock a pair of handcuffs on my wrists. I wonder how cold these bracelets are to the touch. I imagined myself getting jailed and put into a juvenile detention center where tons of Simeons would constantly harass me.
Я ничего не знаю. Я тут ни при чем.
I don't know anything. I have nothing to do with this.
А тебя никто и не обвиняет.
Nobody is accusing you of anything.
Пока что.
For now. Only then I noticed the file. It said case number in his hand. It has a gray cover made from rough carton. It flopped into the desk like a guillotine blade that slid down on someone's neck. With a measured motion, Tikhonov opened the file, still studying me with his gaze. I caught a glimpse of documents and photos. They showed prints on the snow. They looked like animal prints.
Ты с Семеном Бабуриным общался?
Have you talked to Semyon Baburin before? I only knew him for a day.
Все знают.
Everyone knows that Petrov hated him. I turned red. You ugly bitch. I wanted to sink my teeth into Katya's face and chew out her cheek. Instead, I replied with the calmest voice I could muster.
Мы повздорили.
We had a fight yesterday,
Но он первый начал.
but he started it,
Я его ударил.
so I hit him.
Сильно?
How hard did you hit him?
Да нет.
Not that hard, I mean. I waved my hand indecisively. Tikhonov looked at my fist as if he was surprised that I managed to hit the big kid from the photo. Surprisingly, Lydia Pavlovna came to my rescue.
Бабурин проблемный подросток.
Baburin is a troubled teen, a true pain in the rear,
Сам ко всем лез.
always picking fights with other kids. The officer replied with a meaningful nod and fished out a notebook out of the file. That's his notebook. Is this yours? I averted my gaze. It was a math notebook with my name on it. My classmates devoured me greedily with their eyes. It felt like even the writers on the portraits squinted at me in suspicion. Yeah, we found it in the forest, in the area where the tractor driver who was plowing snow there last saw Baburin. I started blinking in bewilderment. Romka ransacked my school bag. This notebook probably just got lost somewhere in the bushes. The lieutenant knew about the school brawl, but was he aware of the fight in the forest clearing? I had witnesses that could testify to Semyon, and I walking in different directions after that. I looked toward the boys, hopeful. Romka, who sat behind Tikhonov, put a finger to his lips. And when the officer quickly turned around, he pretended to pick on his nose. I deciphered his signal. Boys like Romka would probably say something like snitches get stitches in a situation like this. I frantically fixed my glasses. Wait, Semyon took them away yesterday, but now they are...
Так что ты делал вчера в лесу?
So what were you doing in the forest yesterday, Anton?
Я в школу через лес хожу.
I go to school through the forest.
Могла выпустить.
It could have easily fallen out of my bag. Easily, just like me producing these half-truths.
Будь осторожен.
Be careful out there. Before I could realize whether it was a genuine piece of advice or a wild threat, the teacher said, "Class, the officer will now tell you about some rules you should follow." So the killer does exist.
Пока мы
We can't make
ничего
any
сказать
of this
не можем.
public for now.
Но есть преступник или
Whether
нет,
the
вы
criminal
должны
really
четко помнить о
exists
собственной безопасности.
or not, you should be mindful of
Вас
of your
бережет
safety.
полиция. Вас опекают родители и учителя. Но в первую очередь
It's too
защищают.
loud. The police, your parents, and your teachers all watch over you, but no one guard you better than you yourself. Well, I agree with that. Alright, any questions? The kids shouted over each other, swarming the policeman with questions. In an attempt to calm down the chorus, he moved toward the blackboard. The gray file was left lying in front of me. Why did he leave the whole matter in front of him? I stared at it, my breathing so ragged that it might have looked like someone who just ran a 100-meter sprint. Beads of sweat rolled down my back. I looked around the classroom. My classmates were catching officers every word. He's like not the most professional, right? If you just left that in front of a kid who's so suspicious. Only Ronka was saying something to Basha. Lilia Pavlovna was staring into the window, fighting back yawns.
Объявлять комендантский час прийти
Should I
пока не-
open or skip?
Слишком мало времени прошло с момента исчезновения.
Why is he moving like this?
Мы все уверены, что он найдется живым и здоровым. Но сразу после
I can
урока
open while he's not. Ah! As soon as I touched the folders, he kind of lashed at me with his eyes. But how did he mention? My hand instinctively moved away, as if that stare actually hurt. The officer just kept staring at me without saying a word, making me squirm under the weight of his uncomfortable silence and the sneering looks of my classmates. And then he suddenly continued his speech as if nothing ever happened.
должны идти домой и
Damn.
отчитываться перед родителями.
Do I have to try once more? He's still
Гулять
watching.
во дворах, чтоб вас видели. И не
The officer finished his lecture and started searching around with his eyes. Finally, he noticed the folder he left on my desk, put it silently under his arm, and went toward the blackboard without looking back.
И еще раз.
Let me say this again.
Если вы заметите в поселке кого-то подозрительного, неважно, возле школы...
If you see
или
anyone
возле
suspicious in the
родителей,
village,
сразу
be it near the
сообщите
school or the forest trail, contact the police immediately.
телефон-то знаете?
You know our number, right? 02. It is 02 in Russia.
Спасибо, ребята.
Right now it's like 112. Sorry. Thanks for listening, boys and girls.
Спасибо, Лилия
Thank you,
Павловна.
Lilia Pavlovna.
Это.
And we'll find your classmates. Yeah, right. A thought flashed through my mind. Dig through enough ditches, and maybe you'll be able to piece him together. Like Legos. There are so many Legos analogy in this. My thoughts turned evil for some reason, and I couldn't control them. I tried to switch to the Latunian speech about suspicious individuals. What if I saw the killer before? What if I was a hair's breadth away from them? Suspicious people. How suspicious was the fox girl that wandered in the darkness? A weirdo that always appears out of nowhere and then dissolves into thin air with her riddles and rhymes. Could she really harm the honking Semyon? Should I tell the officer about her? What if lives of other kids depend on this? Of the cute Ksenia and Wobo too. Who is the fuck is Ksenia? Wait, what if I get mocked for speaking out? What if they'll start whispering behind my back? Or what's even worse? Think that I'm insane. Romka gave me a stern look over the shoulder. I doubt someone like him would approve of cooperating with the police. Kata's braid dangled nervously behind the liquid sitting in front of me. My hand was glued to the desk.
До свидания, лейтенант.
Tikhonov was saying goodbye to Lydia Pavlovna. He was about to leave. It'll be too late soon. So I can stay silent or tell him. This is a horror game. I feel like he's so like scared of everything, and I will stay silent for now. No way. I'll keep my head down like a bunny. Oh. I'm not this kind of a bunny, okay? Ah, so loud. Yulia Pavlovna passed by without looking my way. Polina left after that. They just disappeared. Okay. My classmates went silent at the same time as if someone muted the sound on the TV. They followed me with their eyes the whole time I was passing between the rows. Judgmental looks. I felt like I was in the scopes of many sniper rifles. Do you hear the actual sounds from the game? I squeezed through the barricade made of desks looking for Paulina. But I stumbled into my new buddies instead. Ronka swaggered up to me. Decided to What the fuck? I was like staying silent. What the hell? I didn't say anything. But sure as fuck thought about it. Huh? Ronka towered over me, breathing out a faint smell of tobacco. You're very wrong if you think... Is it too loud, they're speaking? You're very wrong if you think that without summer you'll have a better time here. We'll make this place hell for you. Got it? Okay. See you, Four Eyes. My head tilted forward from his slap? He didn't even slap him. What a loser. Kick me? What? Oh god, they're not like third graders or something. I wasn't surprised to find a note stuck to my back during the break. It said, "Kick me." My nightmare clearly wasn't about to end. So what's next? I've been 7 days since the lieutenant visited our class. At first glance, everything was still the same. It is his creepy house. The forest still held out its gnarly claws toward the village, and the wind whipped up wild flags waved from powdery snow every night. Oh god, this is so hard to read actually when you're not a native speaker. When my parents argued on the other room, I would turn up the TV's volume to silence their muffled voices and sit close to Olya. Rose and Simeon's photo was still 2 black spots on the notice board, and round-faced Xenia hasn't returned home, too. But something did change. I could see how different the looks of my classmates were. They met me with a new portion of pokes and insults, contempt, mockery, and loneliness became my faithful companions. But most importantly, a shadow slid across my desk, leaving behind a mysterious note. Who sent him a note? There was like nobody. I glanced at the space between rows, but a messenger was already nowhere to be found. Who sent me this? This is impossible. If you're sitting in a classroom and someone just like puts a note on your desk, you will be able to see who did that. It's just impossible. What could this carefully ripped out and neatly folded piece of paper be hiding from me? More threats and humiliation, or... I took the piece of paper and carefully inhaled the wafting aroma. Blackberry. Inside was a message in beautiful handwriting. I'm waiting at a dead end and near the dressing room. Come alone. With a heart. Did you notice? That was like a heart. Drunk on the sudden call, I immediately What is this anime music? This is a game about Russia. Okay. I immediately started walking, looking over my shoulders from time to time, making sure nobody is following me. Even though I suspected it could be another trap set by Ronka and Biash at first, these buzzing thoughts left my mind. The two of them didn't have enough combined brain power to fake Paulina's nose so carefully. I didn't even notice how I almost broke into a run and jumped around the corner. As soon as I did that, I rammed into somebody inside the dark nook. Oh! Like a magic bird, a green notebook glided to my feet. He's always looting the notebook. Paulina puckered her cheeks in exaggerated anger. Petrov, have you lost your sight completely? I fixed my glasses. My nearsightedness wasn't that embarrassing anymore. I bent down and picked up the notebook. What is she going to do with him over there? Sorry, I wasn't in a rush. Were you waiting for me? Did something happen? Polina's attitude changed from fake anger to softness. She stood there silent, probably picking out the right words. She had a worried and sad look in her eyes, as if she hoped that I'd continue this conversation and stop us from drowning in this awkward silence. But I didn't say a word, I was just staring at her trembling lips. Finally, Polina heaved a deep sigh and started talking meekly. What does it mean? Anton, tell me, I am mad at me. I couldn't reply before she continued. Of course you are. What is this stupid question? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen, honest. Who is that? Okay, when this abuser kicked the doggy, it felt like I wasn't myself, you know. She sniffed, and even though it was already quite dark outside, I could notice her ocean-colored eyes sparkle. Oh, he's charmed. I know that it's wrong. It's wrong laughing at animal abuse. I don't even want to think what your opinion of me must be, but I just can't help it. I just can't help it. Damn. As soon as I remember Grandpa and the horrors he had to endure of the night when he got attacked by that pack of stray dogs, my mind becomes foggy. Well, it's quite like with the people, there are good ones and there are bad ones, and your reaction is still kinda uncertain. Paulina's notebook in my hand was still waiting for me to return it to its rightful owner, but I just couldn't find the right moment to do that. You probably think I'm crazy, right? She looked at me with hopeful eyes while I was absent-mindedly going over all the crazy stuff that my subconscious was producing lately. I clearly wasn't qualified to judge someone's sanity. Sometimes I just can't control of myself. But I'd never harm anyone, you hear? Not like that sadist, Roma. Please stay away from him, Anton. Something clicked in my heart. I stared at Polina with suspicion. You called him differently a week ago when we were fighting. Romachka. Say, are you two dating? Polina jolted as if struck with lightning. No way, that asshole is talking to me like a leech. People like him are not even deterred by direct insults. Her voice became calmer when she noticed the bruises and cuts on my face. Again, I'm very sorry that happened. I really thought I would be able to help you. It was my mistake to think that bastards like them could have any sort of moral code. Here, I have a present for you. What is she doing? She unbuttoned the top of her jacket and instantly got embarrassed after noticing my stunned look. Well, because he's a pervert, girl. What is that? When she took an amulet, on the thick leathered thread was a big animal claw off her neck and held it out to me. Grandpa gifted me this charm. He said that it helps against crazy and possessed. Do you hear this music? He got him from a certain shaman. You don't have to believe me, but the tragedy that befell him happened on the only day when he forgot to wear it. I snuck another glance at the intensely scratched claw of an unknown beast. And who did it belong to, the claw, I mean? I don't know. A bear or a tiger, maybe. You can find all sorts of animals in our forest. Anyway, please accept it along with my sincere apology. So I can take it or refuse it. Since he's like such a coward, I like playing like him, I would take it. But if he would try to be a gentleman, he would refuse, so I don't know. I don't know. Like, if we want to get the girl, we have to refuse, I guess. But if he wants to stay alive, I have to take it. Okay, fuck the girl.
Так важно.
Well, this is so important for you. So give me everything.
Хорошо, давай
Alright, let's try to
попробуем
start
начать с
over.
чистого листа.
I carefully took hold of the amulet with my free hand. It emanated Polina's warmth and the charming aroma of blackberry. Doesn't it have to smell like a dead animal? What do things like this smell like? I hung it around my neck and hid it under the collar of my shirt. Along with this gift, Shaman King. Along with this gift, I got a weird feeling of determination, as if this amulet would be able to change my life. Polina and I smiled at the same time, both of us feeling the ice wall between us slowly thaw.
Спасибо,
Thank you, Anton.
Для меня это действительно
This
много
really means
значит.
a lot to me. Polina studied me with her eyes and clickered her tongue.
А знаешь, на что ты похожа?
Do you know what you look like, Antosha?
На блюзовую импровизацию.
Like blues improvisation? What? I blinked in bewilderment.
Это как?
What do you mean?
Для меня все люди
I always associate people I know with something.
И для меня.
I do that too, but why music?
вот как раз с музыкой.
It can't be anything other than music.
Бывают люди.
Some people like guitar solos, some are drums. People like our Lydia Pavlovna war machines.
Павел, а ты такой.
And you're so thoughtful, so mysterious, sometimes even a bit sad.
Ты точно блюз.
He's an ammo.
А почему
What
импровизация?
about the improv part?
А это когда слушатели не догадываются.
It's when the listener has no idea where the melody will go, what tempo it will adopt. Of course, some of the things Polina said went completely over my head, but I couldn't stop looking at her smile, light like a breeze in May, and her eyes deep and blue.
Чтобы распознать в тебе музыку,
One needs to have experience and taste to recognize the music in you.
это не какая-то там
You're not
эстрада.
some pop music.
Я, наверное,
I don't
вообще
think
не
I
знаю,
even know
что
what
такое.
blues is. Polina gasped and frowned, which made her look even more beautiful.
Не произноси при мне такие слова.
He's not a man of
Я
culture.
обязательно дам кассету.
Don't say something like that to my face, I'll make sure to give you a cassette.
Раньше мне дедушка из города
Grandpa used to bring me so much music from the city, jazz, swing, and classical too.
это он подметил,
He
что
would want to notice my musical mindset.
я еще совсем маленькая.
When I was still very little, I tried recording the sounds of nature on paper, the sounds of the rain and the forest. I wish I had ears like yours.
А мне бы твои глаза.
And I wish you had ears like mine. And I'd love to have your eyes. This is a creepy conversation. I don't stop worried that she was making fun of me, but Polina shook her head.
Да-да, я серьезно.
No, I'm serious. You have the eyes of an artist.
Смотришь на вещи.
You're so good at
ассоциируешь их.
picturing things. I can't do that. They're fucked. Kari walked past us with her trademark frosty glare. We dove into the shadows trying to escape it.
Теперь понимаешь, почему мы
You understand why we hide in there?
из-за таких,
Because
как
of
она.
people like her.
А Катька как?
And what kind of melody is Katya? Marina flashed me a sly smile.
Скрип,
The
несмотря на
squeaking sound of unoiled door hinges.
Знаешь, такой мерзкий.
You know this nasty cunt. I giggled, covering my mouth. Kari didn't hear our whispers, but she suddenly glanced over her shoulder, clearly annoyed. A moment later, she sighed and went her way. A notebook for friends only. I remembered about the notebook I was still clutching in my hand. I turned it in my hands. Instead of a subject name, the front side had the name of the owner and 2 words, friends only.
Любопытной Варваре кое-что
Curiosity killed the
оторвали.
cat, you know.
Прости, это анкету?
I'm sorry, this is a questionnaire.
Заполнял когда-нибудь?
Have you ever filled one?
М,
I lied that I had. In reality, girls' classmates from my previous school had never asked me to fill their questionnaires. It was quite upsetting. Why? This is quite dumb. I mean, it was a girl hobby. You just answer a set of standard questions about your favorite actors and colors, but entrusting someone with such a notebook was a sign of friendship. And maybe of something even more, something I only had a vague idea about.
Хочешь?
You can
Заполним?
fill in mine if you want. My heartbeat quickened.
Хочу.
I do, thank you. Paulina giggled.
А хотя...
Actually, there are so many
там же
secrets
столько
there.
секретов. Наверное, лучше тебе
You'd
не
better
знать, чем мы,
off
девочки, думаем.
not knowing what we girls think. She reached for the notebook, playing with me. I tossed my finding into my free hand. Paulina tried to intercept my move. Her hair briefly touched my face. Oh, how sexy. Tickling my nose with its silky locks. I sensed an aroma that immediately filled the whole world, fragrant, alluring, lively. If only I could picture it, steal it for myself. I felt dizzy, but I gathered myself and spoke in a voice reminiscent of Lieutenant Tikhonov.
Ваша анкета является
Your
важнейшей.
questionnaire is an
Довольно
important piece of
время и
evidence, so I'm afraid I have to confiscate it for further examination. Polina covered her mouth that rounded in fake horror.
И что мне грозит?
And what are the implications of concealing evidence?
Следствие покажет.
We'll decide that in the course of our investigation.
Сдаюсь.
I
Давайте,
surrender, Mr.
что-нибудь.
Policeman.
Только обещайте ничего
Oh,
не
role
читать.
playing straight away. Just promise you won't read anything.
Здесь содержится
It's full of sensitive information.
Боюсь, что мне все-таки придется...
I'm
выяснить,
afraid I have to
не
investigate
он,
whether
кто
someone
убеждает
is in love
Петрова.
with Mr. Petrov. What? He's... Oh... This is kind of like impossible. And this is really cringe to say to the girl you like. Paulina burst out laughing and pressed herself against my chest, showering me with the aroma of her hair and her milky skin that looked almost transparent with tiny threads of veins running under it. Her whisper was hot like a piece of butter sizzling on a pan.
Тогда поклянитесь.
Then swear that you will keep this information private.
Честное
I swear on my police badge.
А теперь, Антоша,
And now we need to hurry. I took out the notebook during class. With utmost care, as if it was some sort of fragile treasure. Skimmed through it, reading into other people's preferences. I was quite surprised to discover Romka's jerky handwriting inside. Oh. What are those numbers? His letters bulged out of the cells as if embarrassed by their shapelessness. Oh, he couldn't decide what he likes more, Stallone or Schwarzenegger. Here's some Ronka found time for something so silly. I chucked into my fist after I found out that Ronka's favorite cartoon is not even Ducking Duck, but DuckTales. Somewhere in the distance, a teacher was reciting pieces of Andreev's Snapper. I paid them no mind. Oh. Polina's page was decorated with flower drawings and clippings from the Cool Girl magazine. What are those numbers? Oh, they're like their birth dates. Okay. Her favorite musician is Schubert. Her best friend is her grandpa. Her hobby is not violin like expected, but is a much more mysterious listening. Can such a mundane process really be someone's hobby? Well, yeah, it can. Your hobby is listening to me, right? I looked at Polina over the heads of other students. She was focused on taking notes. I flipped the pages until I found a blank one and armed myself with a pen. Anton Petrov, Class 6B. I took a long time to decide on my favorite musician until a trendy pop band, Carman, came to mind, with the cool dancers and their music videos. Favorite holiday? This one's easy, New Year's. My hobby is drawing. New Year's is everyone's favorite holiday here because we're not celebrating Christmas as in the past. My dream? Going to Disneyland, I guess. My hero? My hand moved on its own, drawing, writing dad. He wanted to say dad. I stopped on those two letters. What if those two read this after me will find my answer laughable and stupid? After thinking for a bit, I decided that not everything should be disclosed on paper. That's how Dad turned into Spider-Man. The spelling was wrong, but who cares? Your biggest fear, huh? I immediately wrote losing a person who's dear to me. Your phone number. No, oh, there was the phone numbers. 30395. Your favorite cartoon? Transformers. Your best friend? I hesitated, gnawing on the pen's cap. Your best friend. I read the question out loud. It was easy, but at the same time very important. My answer consisted of 3 letters, and I filled them in the cells with care. You. That is so sweet. You. I repeated them running out of the school. Refreshing frosty air made my cheeks turn beet red. It was bright outside, and the sun looked like a whole egg yolk. The road looked as if it was silver. The snow sparkled under the sunlight. I smiled, squinting from the blinding whiteness. There was also something magical in my chest that beckoned me, because friendship can grow into something bigger. Hey, what's up with you, stupid grin? Madame Liz immediately shrank. Basha was shuffling his feet in the middle of the yard, his boots restless of the ice. That's not a grin. I tried to go around him, to no avail. Lady Fortune waved me goodbye, disappearing in the early twilight. In a hurry. A little bit. Dad is waiting for me. I'll shoot him a pager message that you're not coming. My eye flinched unwittingly, my skin dampened. Let's go, we have a small business to discuss. I felt chills run all over my body. I didn't like the sound of that, small business. Those words accompanied by spitting normally hid very dark deeds underneath them. Strangers that used to call our old apartment used to say, "Get here, old man, we have a small business to discuss." Basha turned around. He looked like an astronaut in this tight hood. If I were to imagine him as a sound, he'd be the deafening whistle, a signal given by someone who stands watch. To my demise, there was nobody at the backyard. Oh my. Apart from the grim-faced Romka, he stood there, his feet wide apart, with his right hand hidden behind his back. Romka's dry lips were tightly pursed. He kept shooting glances at me as he looked around. From the bottom of my heart, I hoped that Romka hadn't seen me together with Polina. There he is. I can see that. Well, hello there. Damn. What do you want? No, this is not a stereotype, guys, but like when you're Russian, you just have it. You just do. It is what it is. Okay. He slowly took out a thin, carnivorously shiny blade from behind his back. A knife, the steel butterfly of death that flies toward the victim's heartbeat. I stepped back instinctively and rammed my back into Basha. Ronko's minion pushed me back. We wanted to know. Do you have any hard feelings for me or Basha? Romka started picking on his yellow nail, looking at me with an evil smirk on his face.
Ну, там, в лесу.
Well, there in the forest, we kinda roughed you up. It's just our poor upbringing, you know.
Да, да,
Yeah, not as cultured as you city folk.
Вот порой нас и
So we
заносит.
get feisty sometimes. I nodded, my eyes glued to the knife.
Скажи, Антоша,
Say, Antasha,
я тебя в последний раз не
did
сильно
I by any chance go too hard on you last time? Not really.
не слаб?
Wonderful.
А то я
I
затревожился
almost got
совсем.
worried that I damaged your brain, and you forgot about the lesson I taught you. I remember. The blade glowed under the setting sun, and Romka's eyes had the same evil glow. Oh, he stepped towards me. His knife traveled inches away from my coat. One movement and steel would cut into the cloth. And if he pushed deeper,
Нам одна птичка
a little bird told us that he was snooping about Paulina again. I was so scared that it took me a while to remember who Paulina was. My brain was malfunctioning, my knees were shaking. Suddenly, our class rep slowly walked up to Romka from behind. I see you boys are getting along quite well.
За мной должок, Катя.
I owe you one, Katya.
Ой,
Oh, no need to thank me.
я всегда
I'm always fighting for true love.
настои- Да-да-да.
Yeah. I'll kill you, I swear.
Так, я не слышу.
I can't hear you. Were near Paulina or not?
Мы
We didn't hang out or anything.
Болтать будешь, кишка.
The only thing hanging out there will be your guts when I cut open your stomach. The blade slid across my sleeve with its dull side and reached my collar. The wind made my face cold, but a bead of sweat still tricked from my temple.
Наверное, мне надо
I guess I
объяснить
need to
так,
explain
чтоб
it
ты
in a
понял.
way you'll understand. The split-up handle and the blade spun in a dangerous dance, just like helicopter blades that sweep away everything in the way. I tried to dodge, but after taking a step backward, I slipped and fell on my butt. If waiting for the opportunity, Paulina's amulet lunged from under the collar toward the blade. Oh, the lesser cold prevented the claw from piercing the assailant's neck, and the charm fell to my chest with a thud. I expected to be cut so badly that I'd end up choking on my own blood. But for some reason, Romka just stood there staring at me. He had his knife ready to cut, but his eyes were fixated on the bubble. What is that word? Hanging from my neck. He growled something evil under his breath. Paulina's gift was driving Roma crazy, but it tied his hands at the same time. The pause lasted so unnaturally long that it made Piasha frown in confusion. You've confused, I'm fucking confused. The sound of creaking window opened up came from above. Oh, the teacher. The rush brought by adrenaline faded away, and the piercing pain escaped my mouth in the form of a pitiful scream. Ronka came to his senses when I was already far away, so he shouted his dreadful warning at my back.
Попробуй еще раз позаботься,
Don't you dare forget again.
Антоша!
That's his name. Damn, he's on pills. The aftertaste of horrible water I drank down my mats was lingered in my mouth. My thoughts were focused on Paulina. I wandered around the house feeling intoxicated and nodded to everything my sister said without trying to discern her words. Ollie was talking non-stop. Oh. At times lifting up her arms and laughing, only then to suddenly to quiet and give my mom's signature gnarly look. I was yanked out of the prison of my own mind, where these inserts pecked at my brain like harpies, stopping me from coming back to reality. I stared back. Ollie looked like a mini version of my mom right now. Well, to be precise, she looked like the person Mom turned into when we moved here, with her intimidating posture and her eyebrows directed toward the ceiling.
Ты меня не слушал?
You weren't listening to me, were you? She tried spitting out those words at me, copying facial expressions of the person she spent almost all of her free time with. For a moment, I felt like the light all exuded all these years waned and wavered into the wind of prolonged changes. Very soon, my beautiful princess will turn into the dragon that was once guarding her prison tower.
Оля, прости.
I'm sorry.
Сердишься,
I
правда?
didn't want to make him mad. Just got lost in thoughts. I looked around the room, my gaze jumping from one object to another like a hungry beast trying to find anything that could distract Olya.
Давай в приставку
Let's play the console. Olya pouted, but there was a spark of interest in her small emerald eyes. The Snow Queen's eyes shard inside them started thawing.
А как же второй
And what
джойстик?
about the second controller? It's not working.
А папе починить
And Dad has
нужно.
no time to fix it.
Можем из
We can
пистолета,
play with the light gun.
ковбоев или уток.
What do you want to play? Cowboys? Ducks?
Ты лучше меня.
You better than me at
Да
both.
ладно
Oh,
тебе.
come
Ради
on.
целый день тренировалась,
You must be
пока не
practicing the
помню.
whole time I was away from home. Ollie burst out laughing. Your heart was warm once again. How did you know?
Догадался? Я сейчас знаю.
But I'm a good shooter now. You've already lost.
Не на того напала.
You've picked the wrong fight here. Come on, turn it on. Hope we won't have to play this minigame. Little Ollie jumped over the TV set. Oh, this is creepy. And after flicking the power switch, started blindly feeling around the backside of the photon, trying to fuck the console's cable into the antenna input. Beats of TV shows started flashing on the CRT screen when I armed myself with a remote to look for the channel. Oh, Home Alone.
Что дома интересного
Did anything
происходило?
interesting happen at home? It was a mundane question for me. I didn't put any actual meaning behind it. But Ella's expression suddenly changed. A lot of her childish nonchalantness she worked so hard to acquire before. What happened? My sister managed to put the cable in its place and started brushing off her dust-covered hand. She was clearly looking for the courage to continue the conversation. Mom, she... Ola went silent, and for a moment I saw tears welling up her eyes. She had this scary thing happen to her. Again. My sister looked at me with bad eyes.
Приступ.
She had a fit. This had happened before, but it was a rare occasion. Now that we'd moved to this god-forsaken place, Mom's fits rose in frequency. Is this a fish? Dad brought home a big fish. It was wrapped in newspaper and had a foul smell. Mom got angry again, and then she took a knife. Ola squirmed, looking fearfully out of the window. They started screaming at each other. I froze, imagining my little sister so small and unnoticeable, standing in the kitchen doorway. She wasn't even trying to hide. Our parents just paid her no mind at all. And then Mom struck with her fist, like this. Ola slightly moved her fist downward, intimidating a strike. She hit the fish. It was still alive. It must have been in pain, and Mom... It was easy to imagine what happened next. The wooden fish with the blade between its fins squirted some foul-smelling musk into Mom's face. Whenever death got this close to my mom, be it when a person was hit by a bus in front of us and their blood was smeared all over the windshield. Damn. Once in my life I did see this, and my life was never the same afterwards. When Grandma chopped off a chicken's head, Mom would always get into a weird, dreadful fit. Her eyes would roll over, she would fall on her face like a freshly cut tree. Oh my god. And started withing like agonizing fish, turning over tears. Oh my god, it is so hard to look at. And what about Dad? Did he help her? Ola shuddered, as if just remembering it pained her. Yes, but at first, He started laughing. He let out an evil laugh when he saw that Mom was in trouble. But when he cried, all the story made me raise an eyebrow. It seemed like the forest oozing madness had not only completely consumed our mom, but also infected our strong and courageous dad. I quickly stepped toward Olia and locked her in a tight embrace. She dug her face into my chest and I could feel my shirt becoming wet.
Чем они так издеваются?
Why are they bullying each other, Tasha?
Они сумасшедшие.
Are they crazy? Yeah, most parents are crazy. I stuttered, unable to justify the actions of our parents. I had run out of words, and all I could do was to hug Olia even tighter. Ah! Oh my god. Why? Why? Turn it off. No matter how many times she saw this intro, she would always react the same, just like when she saw that all. This is horrifying. I mean, I also got goosebumps every time this ghastly face appeared on the screen, so I immediately complied with my sister's request. Play. I have to press play. This is dandy, right? Finally, the game selection screen showed up for the cartridge that was bundled into the console. Too bad most of the names were just different levels of the same game. I picked up the gray rectangular controller and started looking around the pixel letters to find the familiar English words for duck. Background music from the menu soothed Olia's mind, and she asked in a calm voice, "How are things at school?" I became friends with the girl. Is she pretty? I got embarrassed. Well, what is he talking about? She's cool. Ha, you're right. She must be very pretty. Stop it. You got a crush on her. Oh, I keep acting like this and I won't play with you. I was joking. Will you introduce us? Oh, maybe. And what's your name? Полина. You turned red again. Where will you live when you get married? Are we playing or not? I plugged the light gun into the second controller port, listening to my sister's laughs. I go first. Do I have to play? It looks like it's playing itself. Oh. Nothing. Oh, I got something. Nice. Oh. Let's get dangerous. Once again. I'll turn it off. That's enough. Meanie? How long did I have to play? My mom only managed to get through to me on her third attempt. Anton, there's a call for you. It's a girl. I sobered up in an instant and rushed to the hallway. Watch your step. I grabbed the phone and pressed it into my chest, looking at my mom. She shrugged and went into the room, gathering the toys thrown by Olia as she went. Hello? Your mom has such a young voice. Well, yeah, I mean, she's young. Are you busy right now? No, of course not. If only she knew how costly this conversation could be for me, what risks I took on just answering this call. What risks is he talking about? There were a pen and a shabby notepad lying on the nightstand. Oh, I was drawing something like this all the time when I was talking. I picked them up and started moving the tip of the pen across paper, producing chaotic doodles that always ended up turning into hearts. I've read your answers. Do you really like Carmen? I like Russian rock more, to be honest, but I was too embarrassed to put it there for some reason. And do you want me to be honest with you too? Of course. The pen drew an outline of a girl's face, her eyes, her own eyelashes. Lynn spoke in a hushed voice, probably to keep her grandpa from hearing. I'm bored to death here. At home? In the village. There's nothing going on here, and if there is, it's always something nasty. And it's not even about the missing kids. There's almost no music here. Don't you have your cassettes? I'm not talking about audio records. I mean this place's voice. It's not melodic at all. It's rustling like a record player needle. It just squeaks and moans from time to time. It feels uncomfortable, suffocating. I don't know how else to explain. My pants tip drafted a house surrounded by tall trees. I think I know what you mean. My little sister says that she feels like a prisoner here. Me too. But I love Grandpa. Sometimes I just want to escape so badly somewhere very far away. Into the forest, I thought half-heartedly, to run under the falling snowflakes that make your fur white and the branches that hide you from prying eyes. When I draw, I feel like I'm transported to another place. That is true, I do feel so too. It is the same for me with the violin. I ran out the bow straight to the sky. I realized I was drawing a butterfly knife. I crossed it over. Thinking of Roma ruined my mood. Before I could reply, Ollie descended the stairs. She was holding some book in a pink cover, Encyclopedia of a Young Lady. Will you take long? I covered the handset with my hand. I'm in the middle of a conversation. What happened? Read me a bedtime story, please. Mom fell asleep. Go to your room, I'll be there in a minute. Just be quick, okay? Fine. My last reply sounded excessively annoyed. I sighed, watching my sister running up the stairs. Sorry, I need to run. Me too. Thank you for lending an ear. My ear vibrated from the fuzz. I dragged my feet to the second floor, thinking of the girl I shouldn't talk to if I don't want to die from a knife wound. I wish I could tell Dad, ask for his manly advice, but he doesn't show up home until late at night because of his new job. My parents don't have time for me, to put it lightly. Well, where's your book? I stuttered. The kids' room was empty. Olia? She probably snuck into my room. I started walking down the corridor. The room was infested with shadows. The blinds were wavering like there was someone hiding behind them. I smiled, sneaked over the window and threw open the curtain. What? Gotcha. There was nobody behind the cloth. The window was a TV screen showing winter scenery, a lamppost, a field, and a couple of walking figures in the middle of it. Alisa and Olia? I gasped and pressed my fist to my mouth, sinking my teeth into it. Alisa was leading Olia into the thicket? What? I needed less than a minute to hurriedly dress and rush out of the house. My heart was... but Olia was going up. My heart was beating like a firing machine gun. The wind carried the cold. Resonant smell of coniferous trees from the forest, freezing air cracked somewhere in the field. Two shadows loomed in front of the gate. I could only recognize them as my sister and the fox girl because of their height. I ran toward the fence, listening to the howling wind and the squeaking snow. One of the things moved and slowly glided toward the thicket like an ice skater. I slowed down and touched my glasses, trying in vain to adjust my vision to the surrounding darkness. Worry landed on my shoulders like a weightless snowflake. A snake woke up in my belly and started withering. I felt nauseous. I thought about my home, the flimsy fortress I had left behind. I finally caught up to my sister, dressed only in a coat. Olia, Have you seen the Foxy?
Оля, зачем ты вышла
Ollie,
на
why did he
улицу?
go
Если
outside?
мама
If
узнает,
mom finds out. My sister froze in place, facing the tiger. She was in hand's reach, and I put my numb wrist on her shoulder for some reason, probably to make sure it wasn't a dream. If there's a screamer right now, I'm not playing other episode. Ah! Oh my god. You... Why is it doing this to me? Why? Something wearing a bird mask was staring at me. Hoot hoot, she won't. The voice sounded exactly like Olia's, but there was somebody else hiding behind the feathers and the cartoon. I sprinted away as I got whipped. The masked creature only pretended to be Olia, just to lure me out. I was running like crazy, drowning in snow. The house in front of me was rapidly groaning. The yellow light in its windows granted me hope. My mom and sister are there, my salvation. I couldn't hear anything from behind me, as if nobody was chasing me. Maybe it's because the owls can fly? I was already climbing the porch when I noticed another figure. From the snoot black shadow of my house, a scruffy wolf cub crawled out and stood in my way. Its movements were jerky, chaotic, and if it was performing some terrifying dance or convulsion during a stroke. And even though I could clearly see that the wolf face was a mask, something in this werewolf's convulsion made me freeze in place. The boy in wolf's costume rubbed his side against the porch post and fell to his knees. He bent his back so hard that I expected his spine to crack. The beast's eyes showed, but he didn't attack. He kept crawling around and running on all fours. I shifted my feet, my mouth agape, trying to keep him in my line of sight. Something was trickling from the slit in the mask. Vicious drops fell to the wooden planks. Saliva. Some unknown force pushed me in the back, whispering me to save myself. The fence was flashing by the edge of my vision. I was running, in another direction this time, toward the edge of the forest that smelled of pine. My heartbeat measured time. The wolf boy growled behind my back as if he forgot his human nature. My right leg got stuck in the snow, laden cavity. This is so scary. I yanked it out, cursing under my breath, and fell to the ground. Blustering snow prevented me from standing up, from propping myself against anything, but my unbound thirst for life helped me get out of the trap. Darkness was creeping closer like the toxic fumes of burial pyres. I ran again, gasping for air that stuck my throat. My hair swayed in the wind. I lost my hat when I fell down, and my ears were now hot from the freezing cold, while most of my body was still sweaty. The field finally ended. After realizing that running into the forest wasn't a smart decision I could make, I dove into the line of trees. I ran without stopping, my face covered with one of my palms. I didn't want to lose an eye to some random branch. Branches wrapped my clothes, pricked my skin like butter that were herding a pig into the grinder. A knot of roots sprouting from the ground wrapped my foot. I ramped into the scratchy trunk, slid down to its base, and looked around in a panic. Ooh, you're so fast. My first desire was to dash toward her and hug her. I resisted it and squeezed myself in it even tighter into the pine. What are you doing here? This and that. She was holding the hat that I lost. Working part-time and lost and found. Put it on, or your ears will freeze and maybe even fall off soon. She giggled. I squinted in suspicion and shifted my gaze back and forth between her and the hat, scared that Alyssa might be holding a severe hat or something even more sinister. But in the end, my hat turned out to be just my hat. I took it and pulled it over my forehead. Feeling warmer, I didn't reply.
Там во дворе были какие-то дети.
There were some children in the yard. And did they bite you or something? No. Then why did you run away? in order to not get beaten. The answer was obvious, but after rolling um, this out of my tongue, I mumbled, I don't know. Oh, why did I promise to never call you a dance again? Oh well, I keep my promises. She walked up to me and grabbed me by the elbow. I sensed a familiar aroma of mint, oranges, and burnt sparkles. I wanted to lean into Alice to savor the minute details of her smell. How many times do I need to tell you? You're safe as long as you're with me. I'm your friend. And there too. I quickly turned around toward the place the fox girl was pointing to. Kids in masks appeared at the clearing. At least they looked like kids, since they were all pretty short. A boy, a wolf boy, an old girl, and a bear boy. They all huffed and gasped for air, clearly tired from running around. I thought you fell through the snow. Started digging around, but couldn't find you. And I didn't care enough. You see, if you're dumb, you run around and dig. And if you're smart, you wait until the others get tired of running around and digging. Then you start talking. You are red. Digging your red. Junior. Didn't mind him, he's a weirdo. I stood there stupefied, my mouth agape and my hands dangling helplessly. I had no idea how to react to the words of this late-night guest, but I managed to squeeze out something resembling a smile. You just scared me, that's all? They started looking at each other and somebody even snorted as if I said something funny. Yeah, Fox is right. He's the one. No, this is our... Have we finally found him? Our bunny. Yes, he looks like Par. The wolf boy started bagging apart in his costume like it was his tail in excitement. First. Of course, you were first. Wolf was the first to send the bunny in you. He told us about you. Hello. And you already met our hoodie before. She isn't that scary, is she? I guess. And this smiling big guy is steady. Be mindful with him or he'll chew off your head. What? I see you also dropped your sense of humor somewhere in the way here. I was still unsure if these peculiar little animals had the best intentions in mind, so I hid my hands behind my back trying to look away from the gaping holes of their carnival masks. Lisa put her hands to her sides in a satirical manner and somehow managed to wink with her fox face. The next time we come, we'll ring bells for you. That way you'll be less scared of our visit. Do we even have any bells? I won't be ringing. My paw hurts. The smile was no longer fake. As you showed us your teeth, that's a good sign. I didn't expect you to find us fun. I thought it was an emotional served strictly to Disneyland. How do you know that? I read about it somewhere. You read about me? Aren't you funny? No, about Disneyland, darling. You can read human. Do you think I've been going to school every day for nothing? Well, this is so suspicious. And then she sang in a coquettish voice. Come on, sing. This is so strange. Suddenly, this is a musical. My new acquaintances didn't seem scary anymore. On the contrary, they looked friendly and welcoming. There was something about them that attracted me. Just like this clearing, this moon, and the snowflakes fell backwards from the ground to the sky as if someone was rewinding a tape. Well, don't maniacs seem to be really friendly always and like charming people so that you would go with them and get killed? Also, seeing snowflakes fall backwards in real life is so beautiful. I just saw that in a place where like the hot wind was blowing from underneath the ground. And my god, this is so beautiful. The masked kids got close and I felt their touch. They gave me friendly taps. I felt my claws, as if checking whether I was real. There was no animalistic malice in her touch, only pure childish curiosity. For some reason, I thought to myself, I can trust them. Snowflakes just kept on floating upwards. Nobody will hurt you anymore, friend. Yeah, if somebody even tries to. The fox gave me a slight tug and burst out of laughing. Well done. Where to? To the amusement park. At that moment, Aiga's deceptive silence was broken by the sound of a distant flute. Mesmerizing and alluring, it brought about the ring of crystal glass and the whispers of a fresh winter spring. If I had any doubts before, the flute sound shattered the last of them. I started following my new friends before I could even make my decision. Oh, is he getting lost again, too? My legs carried me on their own wheel, and the tunnels made of pines stepped apart. Bushes bowed in front of our procession. Everything looked dreamlike. Because even the clearing we ended up on, I only saw in my dream. The flute soared up in the treetops like some fantastic birds. The snowflakes floated up in a spiral. The moon painted tree branches with silver. Elisa gasped in amusement. I was also in awe. I titled my head backwards as far as I could. Hoot, what a sigh. It's so beautiful. Wolfish howled in agreement. This is nothing. I can show you much more, if you want. I did want. I wanted to see what the fox girl saw with her eyes hidden in the semi-dark of her cape. Now, I didn't feel weird about this masked kid. I felt weird for being the only one without a mask. I felt like I was naked in the January winds. Why do you wear those masks? I was trembling, but I wasn't scared. My trembling wasn't caused by the cold. It originated from the peculiar anxiousness, the anticipation of something amazing. And why do you ask? I touched my cold cheek. I'm not wearing one. I love human tails. Human nails? Human fails. I've already told you, all the villagers wear masks. It's just you won't find anything human underneath them. Even me? You so clumsy, Anton. I've already found your glasses once already. And your head. It's for them. And your real face. I looked at the mask the fox was holding out to me. The bunny mask that looked like silver ingot under the moonlight. I was curious to see the world through its slits. While I'm taking it, there's no other option. Suddenly finding its way through the flute's melody, a thought came to me. The glasses they found were in Simeon's possession. My new acquaintances must have known what happened to him, or even worse. And where did Simeon disappear to? What happened to him? And the other children? The bear and they all looked at each other. The wolf boy curled into a ball, and the fox lowered the pointy nose of her mask. The one who was kept in a cage, the one who cuts into little pieces, the one who wears a skinned face took them. If I knew how to cross myself, I'd do it. So you're saying it was a human? Were you even listening to us? How can you all call someone like him human? There's just one word for him, an adult. An adult. It's so easy to get lost in the adult world. Killers, cruel animal trainers, and cold parents. So there is a serial killer. If you don't want to get sad, better not to think about them. I don't know about you, but I definitely don't want to be sad. Somehow, I'm also not sad today. What about you, Anton? I was lost in thought, staring at the pines, trying to pinpoint the location of the flute. I was sure that the person who played it was standing right behind the piney stockade, someone tall, going over the holes in the flute with their long fingers. Now what? Are we gonna sit and be sad or have some fun? Alyssa wanted to show me something. Let's start with the sweet stuff. The fox girl took out a handful of candy from the pocket and handed them to each of the kids. Covers shuffled. The smell of pineapple, cocoa, and melon wafted through the air. The last treat, a chocolate-covered waffle candy, Alyssa put right into my mouth. My tongue was engulfed in spiciness. I felt like my body was covered in fur and small sparks were running along it. I chewed on the waffle and the chocolate gulped them down, enjoying the vivid taste. Thanks. He's taking it on. My gratitude was barely audible because my lips were already touching the insides of a mask. Wow, I didn't even notice how I put it against my face. The papier-mâché was warm. The mask stuck to my skin, giving it a nice prickle. The kind when you dive into a hot bath after being outside in winter, when you lie there and purr from soapy water. See, I told you, this is yours. Mine. What are we waiting for? The fun won't hate itself. You're right. The melody kept swirling in the field like a hurricane. I couldn't wait to release the energy, the heat that this enchanting music was filling me with. They all jumped and disappeared in the sky. I heard her laughter from somewhere above, and then she landed back, huffing and sighing. You can do it too, give it a try. I followed suit. Is he jumping? My feet tore from the ground. I flew toward the stairs like a rocket and screamed from happiness after seeing my friends down below. The wind helped me fly. It felt like I was jumping on a huge trampoline. Nice. This is the first colorful thing, right? There were no colors in this world before he put on his mask. The stars looked like vivid sparkles that I could reach and lick up. The moon also got closer, and then I plunged. I got scared that I'd break my legs for a moment, but my soles landed softly on the ground and I regained my balance. You're safe with us, and all your dreams will come true. I'm so happy that I finally found you. Bunny! In a fit of merry laughter, I realized the most important thing. These four are not a threat. My real enemies and I felt that with every single hair of my mask were those who knew nothing about magic. Humans from the village. I also realized how alive my surroundings have become. I heard the dry grass under the snow moan. I saw faces of the trees and the stars. The trees were smirking and the stars were grimacing in fear. Why? What? That's right, be scared, I'll jump up to you. And I snapped my teeth and let out a jubilant laugh, jumping up along with the fox. We flew higher than the tallest pines and stayed in the air. I swirled. Alyssa followed my rhythm. I knew that she was smiling, so I smiled too. And the flute just kept on playing, carrying higher and higher. Hey, did someone put a spell on you? That someone is standing next to me, I thought, trying to unglue my chin from the desk. My muscles felt slightly sore, but the feeling was pleasant. But how did he return back? They won't even show? And did he read the book to his sister? The whole class was wondering about for some reason, whispering and passing notes to each other. Their faces looked like discolored masks to me, bleak and boring. I yawned, remembering the time I was soaring high above the forest with Alyssa by my side, laughing and squeezing my hand. Perhaps no, probably it was all just a dream, because I didn't walk back from the forest, just woke up in my bed on a normal morning with tea and medicine. Still, I was hardly worried about trying to find a rational explanation for my night dance. That feeling of flight was much more important. The knowledge of how it feels to be hanging in the air above the treetops of majestic pines and baring my teeth at the moon. Sorry, I got lost in thoughts. Have you heard about Katya? Is she lost too? Oh. I glanced at the empty seat in front of me. Katya went missing. My sleepiness was gone in an instant. I frowned in suspicion. What do you mean? It can't be. That is so convenient for him, right? Everyone who's spoiling... Yeah, everyone who's just ruining his life go missing. Thank you for completing episode 3! So yeah, you can help the developers to go on and proceed with other episodes. There are 2 more planned. So yeah, if you can contribute, go contribute to this cool game. It is really, really fun. Don't know about you, but I really liked it. Thank you for hanging out with me, and finishing Tiny Bunny was really, really fun. Bye bye.